Chapter 1952. Hearing Huoyi's words, Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. They couldn't help but feel ashamed in their heart. Huoyi looked at the two of them and smiled bitterly. Helping people and being misunderstood is a bit frustrating. Of course, I don't blame you. After all, in this world, there are too many people who try to deceive each other. It's understandable. Qin Feiyang felt even more embarrassed. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Brother Hua." Huoyi waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. How about this? These 100 million divine crystals can be considered as a loan from you. Write an IOU and return it to me in full." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. He took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, quickly wrote an IOU and pressed his fingerprint on it. Huoyi also put it away with a smile. 50 million. 50, 1 million. The bidding continued. With this 100 million divine crystals, Qin Feiyang finally had some confidence. However, he wasn't in a hurry to call out a price. The price soared all the way to 70 million divine crystals. At this time, there were only a few people bidding 70 million divine crystals. Even a monstrous alchemist from Nine Heavens Palace would find it difficult to bear. "Brother Jiang, you can make your move now." Huoyi smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. He glanced around the auction house and said indifferently, 71 million. Pchem. Everyone present was stunned. Before, although everyone was bidding, it was basically 10,000 or 100,000. But now, he actually increased the price by 1 million. Which nouveau riche was? Qin Feiyang's bid was in fact indirectly telling others that he was determined to obtain the Nine Suns lightning fire. If they knew what was good for them, they wouldn't compete anymore. Sure enough. After he called out a price, the audience quieted down. The few people who were still bidding also fell silent one after another. At the same time, private room number 1. A purple-robed young man was leaning against a chair with one hand supporting his head. He had a lazy look on his face. Beside him stood a short man with shifty eyes. This person was Peng En, who had formed a grudge with Qin Feiyang's group of 3. This voice, when Qin Feiyang spoke, Peng En's expression slightly froze. Then, a sneer crept up his eyes as he looked at the purple-robed young man and said, "Senior Brother Jun, of the 3 people I mentioned just now, this person is one of them." The purple-robed young man was taken aback and asked, "I'm sure. I remember his voice." Peng En said. The purple-clothed youth raised his head and looked at the private room where Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were in. His eyes flickered. Although he could see the outside, he couldn't see the situation inside the rooms from the outside. Therefore, the purple-robed didn't really see Feiyang SS group. The woman in white asked loudly, "Private room 9 bids 71 million divine crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price?" There was dead to 71 million and 10,000. Suddenly, a Jun, he. His S voice D he S to T he his. 72 million. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and directly raised the price by 1 million. Hearing this, the man glared angrily at Qin Feiyang's room and fell silent. 72 million. Is there anyone else? The white-robed woman standing on the high platform looked around and asked again. Time passed by. Just as the white-robed woman was about to announce the result, the purple-robed young man in the first room smiled faintly and said, "Peng En, play with them." "Okay." Peng En was overjoyed. He was waiting for this sentence. Then, without hesitation, he said, 80 million. What? 80 million? He just raised the price by 8 million. It's obvious that he's going against the people in the 9th room. It seems that there's going to be a good show. As soon as Peng En's voice fell, the auction house became noisy. But Qin Feiyang's group of 3 couldn't help but frown. Huoyi smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, did you hear that? It's Peng En's voice." Qin Feiyang nodded. Peng En is just an ordinary disciple. He doesn't have the financial resources at all. I think someone must be helping him. That person should be Feng Zijuan. Huoyi said. Feng Zijuan. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the first room, saying, "Is Feng Zijuan also an alchemist?" "He's not." Huoyi shook his head. "If he's not an alchemist, Why did he interfere? Fire Lotus was very angry. It's obvious that they want to take revenge on me. Huoyi shook his head and sighed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Huoyi apologetically. I'm really sorry to implicate you. What are you talking about? At that time, I also humiliated Peng'an. With his personality, he definitely won't let me go. Qin Feiyang said. Huoyi sighed. No matter what, this matter started because of me. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. 80 million, is there anyone else? The woman in white was full of smiles. As a businessman, what she liked to see the most was no doubt this kind of scene of dragons and tigers fighting. 1 million. Qin Feiyang said. Didn't you increase by 1 million just now? Why is it 10,000 now? If you don't have the strength, don't come and compete, lest you make a fool of yourself. 81 million. Peng'an's voice sounded immediately, and he also humiliated Qin Feiyang. The crowd also roared with laughter. Especially those people who were forcibly suppressed by Qin Feiyang before, the gloating on their faces was undisguised. Snat. Now you've met someone who's more awesome than you. This is retribution. 1 million. Qin Feiyang said again, his tone was calm. He can still endure it. It seems that this person's temperament is not bad. Feng Zijuan murmured, still leaning on the chair with a lazy look, as if nothing could move him. Senior brother Jun, you think too highly of him. He must be pretending to be calm now, stubbornly holding on. Peng'an said. In that case, let's test his bottom line. Feng Zijuan smiled faintly. Okay. Peng'an nodded and shouted, 90 million. Gasp. As soon as this voice sounded, the people present couldn't help but gasp. 90 million divine crystals, this person was really generous. And the woman in white on the high platform was already blooming with joy. Although the 9 Suns Thunderfire was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, 90 million had far exceeded its value. Moreover, the most important thing was that the price would exceed 100 million sooner or later if it continued to compete like this. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and couldn't help but say, brother, why don't we just forget it? Even if they won, it would only benefit the treasure pavilion. It was not worth it. Feng Zijuan, Peng'an, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and suddenly smiled, 91 million. What? He dares to raise the price. Everyone was in disbelief. Which rich man was this, to be so bold? It seemed that he was really determined to get the 9 Suns Thunderfire. Peng'an was also dumbfounded, and looked at Feng Zijuan at a loss. Feng Zijuan glanced at the 9th private room and remained silent. Interesting. Gradually, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and he said with a faint smile, 100 million. 100 million. Oh my God. One is more terrifying than the other. Everyone was shocked. Wait. This voice, it's Feng Zijuan. So it's him. After recognizing Feng Zijuan, everyone once again looked at the private room where Qin Feiyang and the other two were, and the gloating in their eyes was even more intense. He actually dared to offend Feng Zijuan? This person was really blind. Huoyi frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Brother Jiang, Feng Zijuan personally bid, which means that he is serious. I think it's better. Although he didn't finish, as long as one wasn't a fool, they could understand that Huoyi wanted him to give up. Brother, this Feng Zijuan is the grandson of the 9 Heavens Palace's resource hall master. His wealth is definitely not something we can compare with. Let's listen to Brother Huoyi, and think of another way. Fire Lotus also said. Qin Feiyang was silent. Not long ago on the 3rd floor, weren't you all very arrogant? What? Have you become mute now? Ha, with this little ability, you dare to go against us, you really overestimate yourself. Peng'an laughed, full of sarcasm. Fire Lotus hurriedly said, Brother, he is provoking you, don't be fooled. Brother Jiang, think twice. If you don't have enough divine crystals to pay, not only will you lose face, the treasure pavilion will not let you go easily. Huoyi also had a worried look. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly, and said, 10-10-000. What? Knowing that it's Feng Zijuan, he still dares to continue bidding? Who is this guy? Everyone was shocked. Feng Zijuan was also quite surprised. He personally spoke in order to intimidate. But obviously, the other party was not frightened by him. It seemed that this person was not a simple person. Feng Zijuan smiled playfully, looked at Peng En and said, "You continue, raise the price to 200 million. 200 million? Peng En was shocked and hurriedly said, "Senior brother Jun, what if they suddenly don't want it?" 200 million was not a small amount. Even Feng Zijuan would not be able to take out so much. That won't happen. Even now, he's still raising the price. He definitely needs this 9 Suns Thunderfire. Since that's the case, then of course I have to make them pay a price and let them know the consequences of offending me, Feng Zijuan. Feng Zijuan said with a faint smile. Senior brother Jun is wise. Peng En gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration, then puffed out his chest and raised his back, valiantly shouting, 110 million. Qin Feiyang continued, 110,000, 120 million, 121,100, 130 million, 131,000, 100,000. At this moment, the entire auction house was dead silent. Only Qin Feiyang and Peng En's bidding continued to reverberate in the auction house. This invisible battle was getting more and more intense. One after another, astronomical figures kept appearing, making everyone numb. However, Huoyi, Fire Lotus, looking at Qin Feiyang who was crazily raising the price, was burning with anxiety. Especially Fire Lotus. She knew better than anyone how many divine crystals Qin Feiyang had, and it had far exceeded the amount she had. This was complete nonsense. But at the same time, she was very touched. Because everything Qin Feiyang did was for her. Chapter 1953. However, Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, without the slightest bit of panic or nervousness. 170 million, 171 million, 180 million, 181 million, 190 million, 110,000. As he continued to bid, the sinister smile on Peng En's face became wider and wider. Increase it with all your might. There will be a time for you to cry later. 200 million. Just as Qin Feiyang finished shouting, Peng En became high-spirited and roared without hesitation. 200 million. It actually broke through the 200 million mark. These two people are really crazy. There's also the treasure pavilion. This time, they've made a huge profit. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths agape. The woman in white on the high platform had a round smile on her face. Moreover, this matter had already caused a sensation outside, and even spread to the treasure pavilion. Like an invisible storm, it spread to the various districts of the Sky Dragon City. Everyone rushed towards the treasure pavilion to watch the show. 200 million, continue. Peng En had already completely inflated as he continued to clamor. Brother from private room number 9, you've already fought to this point, don't admit defeat. That's right. A man lives with a breath, a tree lives with a piece of skin. You have to be strong and fight to the end. The auction house was in an uproar. Those who were watching the show naturally wished for the world to be in chaos. The more exciting it was, the more interesting it was. Huoyi and Fire Lotus did not say a word. In their opinion, Qin Feiyang had already lost his mind, and no matter how much they said, he would not listen. Well said. A man lives with a breath, a tree lives with a piece of skin. As a man, how can you retreat? Feng Zijun, let me see, how much ability do you have? Do you have the capital to be arrogant? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and said, 300 million. Crash. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused a huge uproar. 300 million. Who the hell is this person? Not only did he openly call out to Feng Zijun, he even increased the bid by 100 million. This is too terrifying. The shock in everyone's hearts could no longer be described with words. When Fire Lotus and Huoyi heard Qin Feiyang's words, they almost fainted. 300 million divine gems. This guy was really crazy. It was over. If he couldn't pay that many divine crystals later, he probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the auction house. Private room number 1. At this moment, Peng En's eyes were also wide open in anger, so much so that his eyeballs were about to pop out. What kind of concept was 300 million? An ordinary disciple like him would never see so many divine crystals in his entire life. Yet, the other party had said it so casually. Could it be that he had kicked an iron plate this time and provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked? Simultaneously, Feng Zijun also sat up straight, and the laziness on his face was swept away, replaced by a gloomy expression. His hands were tightly clenched together. Peng An came back to his senses and turned to look at Feng Zijun. When he saw Feng Zijun's expression, his eyes trembled slightly. He carefully said, "Senior brother Jun, let's just forget about it." "Forget it? Didn't you hear what he said? A man lives on his last breath, and a tree lives on its skin. As a man, how can you back down? If I shrink back now, won't I become a joke in the world?" He is no longer bidding for the 9 suns lightning fire. This is a naked provocation, Feng Zijun said sternly. But Peng An wanted to say something but hesitated. "Provoking me, is it? Okay, I'll play with you to the end. 400 million. Feng Zijun walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at Qin Feiyang's private room, and shouted aggressively. "Crazy, they're all crazy. 400 million, if it's given to me, it's enough for me to live a carefree life. These two are simply prodigals." Everyone lamented and was completely numb. They looked at private room number 9, waiting for Qin Feiyang's voice to sound. Haha, after waiting for a long time, Qin Feiyang's laughter finally sounded. Listening to this laughter, there's no fluctuation. It seems that he will continue to raise the price. People muttered. But just as this thought crawled up in everyone's mind, Qin Feiyang's laughter sounded once again. "Your Excellency is amazing, I admit defeat." "What? Give up?" Everyone was looking forward to it, but when they suddenly heard Qin Feiyang's words, they were all stunned. Peng An and Feng Zijun were also stunned. Didn't they want to fight to the end? Why did they give up? At the same time, Fire Lotus and Hue Yi also looked at each other in dismay. What was going on? However, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. If they continued to fight, it would definitely not end well in the end. Because they simply couldn't take out so many soul stones. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the two of them, and laughed. "Do you really think that I have lost my mind?" "Haven't you?" Fire Lotus asked. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Feng Zijun's actions are deliberately raising the price, causing us to lose a large amount of divine crystal. However, he's looking for the wrong target. If it were anyone else, in the face of such unreasonable clamor, they might really lose their mind. But I won't. So I beat him at his own game and took the initiative to clamor at him. I thought that with his arrogance and conceit, he would definitely continue to fight with me. The result was just as I expected. At the same time, it also reflected that although this person is talented, his mind and temperament are not good. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so easily angered by me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. So it's like that. Fire Lotus and Hue Yi finally understood. It turned out that they had been worrying for nothing. Haha, aren't you very arrogant? You admit defeat just like that. Sure enough, compared to senior brother Jun, you are just a slag. No, you can't even be considered a slag. Peng An's loud laughter suddenly resounded in the auction house. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire auction house was also in an uproar. Everyone discussed animatedly, looking at the private room Qin Feiyang was in, their eyes full of ridicule. Feng Zijun's face was also full of pride. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Feng Zijun, think about it carefully, did you really win?" What do you mean by that?" Everyone was stunned, their faces full of suspicion. Feng Zijun also frowned. Suddenly, his hands suddenly clenched, making cracking sounds. His face was also gloomy to the extreme. Seeing the situation, Peng An moved to Feng Zijun's side and said with a flattering smile, "Senior brother Jun, you won in the first place." Everyone saw it for themselves. "What are you still angry for? Shut up." Feng Zijun slapped Peng An's face fiercely. Peng An immediately smashed onto the ground beside him like a dead dog. His face was deformed, and he was in so much pain that he cried for his parents. using 400 million divine crystals to buy a cluster of 9 sun lightning fire. I can only say that I admire Feng Zijuan's courage. Treasure Pavilion, you don't need to thank me because Feng Zijuan is willing to do this. Qin Feiyang's laughter sounded out once more. The auction house set off a huge uproar once more. Yeah. On the surface, it looks like Feng Zijuan won. But thinking about it carefully, that's not the case at all. This is simply a trap to lure Feng Zijuan into it. Haha, to think that this Feng Zijuan and Peng An were still smug. Actually, they themselves are the biggest idiots. Even a freak like Feng Zijuan was schemed against so tightly. This person's methods are profound. Being reminded by Qin Feiyang like this, everyone came to their senses. Their gazes also all shifted to the number 1 private room. At this very moment, Feng Zijuan was mad with hatred. Although the people outside could not see him, he could see the people outside clearly. Looking at those pairs of eyes full of ridicule, he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Originally wanted to scheme against the other party, but the result was that he was schemed against instead. The most embarrassing thing was that not only did he not notice it, he even had a smug attitude. My God! As a freak of Jotian Palace, how could he do such a stupid thing? Now that he thought about it, he felt that he had no face left. In his heart, the resentment and hatred towards Qin Feiyang was also uncontrollable. Who are you? If you have the guts, say your name. Feng Zijuan stared at the floor-to-ceiling window of the number 9 private room and said gloomily, "We will meet again." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "I look forward to our next meeting." Feng Zijuan gritted his teeth and said, then turned around and left angrily. Senior brother Jun. Peng An hurriedly chased after him. It was fine if Peng An did not speak. Once he spoke, Feng Zijuan suddenly seemed to have found a vent. He turned around and kicked Peng An's lower abdomen. Ouch! Peng An flew out on the spot and smashed into the floor-to-ceiling window. It was unknown what the floor-to-ceiling window was made of, but it did not break. But tragedy befell Peng An. He spat out a mouthful of blood and slid down from the floor-to-ceiling window. He knelt on the ground, clutching his lower abdomen, and howled miserably like a pig being slaughtered. So pitiful. Hearing Peng An scream, Fire Lotus laughed happily. This is called evil people will be dealt with by evil people. Qin Feiyang smiled, got up and looked at Fire Lotus, and said, I have something to deal with. You stay here and chat with Brother Hua for a while. Fire Lotus glanced at Hua Yi, and nodded to Qin Feiyang, okay. Brother Hua, let's meet again later. Qin Feiyang said. En. Hua Yi smiled and nodded, and a glimmer of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Qin Feiyang turned and walked out of the private room. He looked at the corridor on both sides. Seeing that there was no one, he closed the door of the private room and disappeared in an instant. Inside the private room, Hua Yi looked at Fire Lotus and smiled. Miss Fire Lotus, your big brother is a bit scary. Scary? Fire Lotus was startled. Without anyone knowing, he set a trap for Feng Zijun, and made Feng Zijun lose all his face. He even took care of Peng An while he was at it. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, isn't that scary? Hua Yi shook his head speechlessly. Fire Lotus thought for a moment, and laughed happily. Hearing you say that, it seems to be true. Don't be modest. Your big brother. No, it should be said that you siblings are not ordinary people. Hua Yi laughed. Fire Lotus said, isn't big brother Hua Yi the same? Ha ha, Hua Yi laughed heartily, picked up his teacup, and drank his tea while paying attention to the auction outside. And the auction house welcomed the next auction item. However, everyone was still talking about the matter between Qin Feiyang and Feng Zijun, and it seemed that it would be difficult to calm down in a short period of time. P.S. Old Meng has resumed updating. Everyone should also move their small hands and vote the votes in their hands. Thank you very much. Chapter 1954. At the same time that Qin Feiyang disappeared, Feng Zijuan angrily walked out of private room number 1. Peng An was still howling inside. But there was already a woman in red waiting outside. This woman was a staff member of the Treasure Pavilion. Seeing Feng Zijuan come out, the woman in red immediately went up and smiled. Young Master Feng, please pay the bill in the VIP room. Seeing the smile on the woman's face, the anger in Feng Zijuan's heart burned again. The woman's smile was actually very sincere, but in Feng Zijuan's eyes, it was like she was mocking him. Move. Feng Zijuan looked at the woman coldly and said. The woman in red paused and said patiently, Young Master Feng, you're a frequent customer of the Treasure Pavilion, so you naturally know our rules. After the auction, you have to pay the divine crystals in person before you can leave. Feng Zijuan's eyes were gloomy as he clenched his fists tightly. The woman in red lowered her head and said, Young Master, please don't make it difficult for me. Who? Feng Zijuan took a deep breath and said, I don't have that many divine crystals on me right now, I'll pay after I return to Empyrean Palace. This, the woman in red frowned, unable to decide. Seeing this, the anger in Feng Zijuan's heart burned again as he said angrily, I, Feng Zijuan, am a monster of Empyrean Palace, and I'm famous in Sky Dragon City. Will I go back on my words? No, no, no. The woman in red quickly waved her hand and said, The Treasure Pavilion believes in young master's character, but the amount involved this time is too large, I really don't dare to make this decision. Feng Zijuan said, If you can't make this decision, then let Shangguan Qiu do it. Okay. I'll get someone to call the steward. The woman in red nodded and said loudly, Guards. A guard ran over. The woman in red said, Take young Master Feng to VIP room number 1 and treat him well. Okay. The guard nodded and then looked at Feng Zijuan with a smile. Young Master, this way please. Feng Zijuan snorted coldly and walked towards the 3rd floor of the Treasure Pavilion. The woman in red also quickly entered the auction house and ran up the auction stage, whispering a few words into the woman in white's ear. Everything is within my expectations. The woman in white chuckled and said, Help me auction it first. I'll go take a look. Yes. The woman in red nodded. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. I have some matters to attend to. However, the auction will not stop. Everyone, please continue. The woman in white looked around at the people in the auction house. She smiled and said. Then, she turned around and left quickly. Why did you leave halfway? Is there even a need to ask? It must be because of Feng Zijuan. 400 million divine gems. Even Feng Zijuan can't afford that. Feng Zijuan has lost a lot of face this time. It doesn't matter if he loses face. The most important thing is his parents and grandfather. His parents are the enforcement elders of Nine Heavens Palace, and his grandfather is the hall master of Nine Heavens Palace's resource hall. When has he ever embarrassed himself like this? When they receive the news, Feng Zijuan will definitely suffer. Everyone whispered in each other's ears, their faces full of ridicule. 3rd floor. VIP room 1. The woman in white pushed the door open and entered. She saw Feng Zijun sitting beside the tea table, his face ashen. The guard stood to the side and looked at Feng Zijuan silently. In fact, this was surveillance, to prevent Feng Zijun from leaving. The woman in white glanced at Feng Zijun and waved her hand. You can leave. Yes. The guard respectfully replied and walked out of the VIP room, closing the door behind him. Young Master Feng, is it because my treasure pavilion is not good enough? Your face is so ugly. The woman in white walked to the tea table and sat opposite Feng Zijun, laughing. Can you not laugh? Feng Zijun raised his eyebrows, his anger rising. Good, good, good. The woman in white nodded and said, The people below have already told me. I don't have any objections, but I need an IOU. IOU? Feng Zijun couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and glared at the woman in white, saying, Don't you know what kind of person I, Feng Zijun, am? You actually want me to write an IOU? Aren't you humiliating me? Young Master Feng, please calm down. This is the rule of the Treasure Pavilion. I am just doing my job. I hope young Master can understand. The woman in white smiled apologetically. No room for negotiation? Feng Zijun raised his eyebrows. Young Master Feng, don't make it difficult for me. You know the rules of my Treasure Pavilion. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to step out of the Treasure Pavilion today. And now, I just want young Master to leave an IOU. This is already giving young Master a lot of face. The woman in white smiled. Feng Zijun's face was gloomy. The woman in white said, "If young master is not willing to leave an IOU, then I will have to personally go to the Ninth Heaven Palace and ask for it from Elder Feng." The Elder Feng that the woman spoke of was Feng Zijun's grandfather. Feng Zijun was furious. The woman in white smiled. "Young master, I have already given you face. Don't push your luck. You win." Feng Zijun glared at the woman in white and returned to his seat, saying, "Prepare the brush and ink." The woman in white smiled and personally walked to the desk, took the brush, ink, and paper, and placed them in front of Feng Zijun. Feng Zijun grabbed the brush and was about to write. Suddenly, an 8-foot-tall, burly man in black appeared out of thin air in the VIP room. On the chest of the burly man, there was also a flame tattoo. Seeing this person, Feng Zijun was overjoyed. He immediately put down the brush in his hand and stood up. "Uncle Yong." The burly man waved his hand, looked at the woman in white and smiled. "Shangguan Qiu, long time no see." "Yes, long time no see." Shangguan Qiu stood up and smiled. After exchanging some pleasantries, the burly man said, "Old master has already heard about the Nine Suns Thunderfire, so he specially asked me to come and deal with it. I wonder how much the Nine Suns Thunderfire was auctioned off." Shangguan Qiu glanced at Feng Zijun and said with a smile, "Elder Feng, I didn't expect you to come here personally. It seems that you really love your grandson. The price of the Nine Suns Thunderfire is 400 million divine gems. 400 million. The burly man was stunned. He turned to look at Feng Zijun and shook his head. "You are really messing around." Feng Zijun lowered his head, his face full of regret. "Sigh." The burly man sighed, took out a golden card from his chest, and handed it to Shangguan Qiu, smiling. "Take it." "Okay." Shangguan Qiu nodded, took the card, and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and the guard who had left before ran in again. Shangguan Qiu smiled. "Take this card to the account room and deduct 400 million divine gems." "Yes." The guard took the card, turned around, and left quickly. After the guard left the VIP room, the burly man withdrew his gaze, turned to Shangguan Qiu, and said, "Can I have a private chat with Feng Zijun?" Shangguan Qiu was surprised, and then he smiled. "Of course, you can have a chat. I will ask someone to send the card over later." Then he turned around and walked out. "Wait. Where is the Nine Suns Thunderfire?" Feng Zijun shouted. "Look at my memory, I almost forgot." Shangguan Qiu patted his head, and then waved his hand. The Nine Suns Thunderfire appeared out of nowhere, flew to Feng Zijun, and then left. The burly man immediately went forward, closed the door, and then walked to Feng Zijun. Looking at the Nine Suns Thunderfire, he said helplessly, 400 million divine gems for such a thing. Young master, Uncle Yong doesn't want to criticize you, but you are really a spendthrift." Feng Zijun lowered his head and said guiltily, "Uncle Yong, can you stop?" Okay, I will stop. But you don't have to worry, someone will pay for the Nine Suns Thunderfire for us." The burly man smiled. "What do you mean?" Feng Zijun was surprised. "This time, I came to give you the divine gems to help you out, and also to help you get back at them." The burly man said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Feng Zijun's eyes lit up, and he asked, "What do you mean?" "Those who dare to go against us never have a good ending, and this time is no exception." The burly man sneered. "Then what are you going to do?" Feng Zijun asked. "Kill him." The burly man said. "Is this Grandpa's order?" Feng Zijun asked. "Yes." The burly man nodded and asked, "Do you know that person's identity?" "I don't know. However, since he dares to clamor with me, I think his identity should not be simple." Feng Zijun said. "What does he look like?" The burly man said. Feng Zijun asked, "I don't know either, but Pengen knows." "Okay. Go and call Pengen up, I want to know more." The burly man said. "Okay." Feng Zijun nodded and was about to put away the Nine Suns Thunderfire. But at this moment, the Nine Suns Thunderfire disappeared without a trace. Feng Zijun and the burly man's faces were suddenly filled with surprise. Immediately after, their spiritual force surged out in all directions, but they couldn't find anything in this small VIP room. "Outrageous. This is really outrageous. Who dares to cause trouble under my nose?" Who is it? Get out here. The burly man roared like thunder. In an instant, everyone in the treasure pavilion was alarmed. Private room number 9. With a happy smile, Qin Feiyang strode into the private room and closed the door. Huoyi looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and asked, Brother Jiang, did you encounter some good news? Brother Hua knows very well, why ask again? Qin Feiyang smiled and walked to the side of Fire Lotus, sitting on the chair with a satisfied expression. As expected. Huoyi shook his head and laughed. However, this kind of playboy had to be taught a good lesson. Qin Feiyang drank a mouthful of tea, turned to look at Huoyi, and said, Brother Hua, I also heard them talking, as if they want to harm us. Everything is as expected. Huoyi sighed. Qin Feiyang asked, that person called Uncle Yong, do you know who he is? Uncle Yong? Huoyi was taken aback, and asked, are you talking about the person who roared earlier? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. This person isn't simple. He is Grandpa Feng Zijun's last disciple, called Ji Yong. His strength has also reached the level of small success Divine Lord, and he is deeply trusted by Grandpa Feng Zijun. Even Feng Zijun's parents treat him with respect. Huoyi said. Chapter 1955. Junior Monarch God. Fire Lotus was shocked. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother, it seems like we're in big trouble this time. What can they do to us without any evidence? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That's right. Even if they can cover the sky with one hand, they won't dare to do anything to us. Huoyi smiled. Dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The three of them turned to look at the door. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, they're so fast. Fire Lotus said, Brother, why don't we leave first? Leave? Isn't that the same as confessing? Don't be nervous. Just keep quiet. I'll deal with them. Qin Feiyang patted Fire Lotus's shoulder and said, come in. The door opened and a woman in white entered the room. It was Shangguan Qiu. Behind Shangguan Qiu, Ji Yong and Feng Zijun looked gloomy. Shangguan Qiu turned to look at the two of them and said, you two wait outside. I'll ask them first. Wait. Feng Zijun raised his eyebrows and said angrily, who else could it be? Young Master Feng, do you have any evidence? There's no evidence. You're just making things up. And the three of them are guests of the treasure pavilion. I can't offend them because of your baseless guess. By the way, this is the treasure pavilion, not the ninth heaven palace. You have to follow the rules of the treasure pavilion. Shangguan Qiu said with a touch of coldness in her eyes. You, Feng Zijun was furious. Ji Yong waved his hand and said, okay, just do as she says. We'll wait outside. As he spoke, Ji Yong looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two with a touch of suspicion in his eyes. Shangguan Qiu entered the room and closed the door behind him. How dare they shut us out? That's too much. Feng Zijun was furious. He looked at Ji Yong and asked in a low voice, Uncle Yong, do you remember them? Not at all. Ji Yong shook his head. Feng Zijun was shocked. If even you don't know them, then aren't they even more mysterious? No. I basically know all the young people in the northern region who have some status, but I have no impression of these three people. This can only mean one thing. Ji Yong smiled. What? Feng Zijun asked. Ji Yong said, they are not mysterious. They are just newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers. Feng Zijun was stunned and said, you're saying that they are just three inconspicuous minor characters? That's right. Ji Yong nodded. Bastard, how dare you be so arrogant when you have no background? Feng Zijun suddenly grinned. Inside the private room, Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and bowed with a smile. Shangguan Qiu, the steward of the treasure pavilion, greets young masters and young mistress. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled and said, so it's the manager of the treasure pavilion. I don't dare to call you Lord. Young master, please call me by my name. Shangguan Qiu waved his hand. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, may I know why the steward has come in person? Shangguan Qiu said, I can't say that I'm advising you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Questions? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a smile, please go ahead. I will tell you everything I know. May I ask if the three of you have left before? Shangguan Qiu asked. No. We have been here all this time and have never left. Qin Feiyang said. Really? Shangguan Qiu said. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Qiu said again, do the three of you know that the Nine Suns Thunderfire was stolen from the VIP room on the 3rd floor? What? The Nine Suns Thunderfire was stolen? Qin Feiyang and the other two stood up, their faces full of shock. Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Hue Yi, the shocked expression on their faces was not fake at all. As for Fire Lotus, although she was wearing a mask and her expression could not be seen, there was no trace in her eyes. Looks like it's really not them. Shangguan Qiu muttered. As the steward of the treasure pavilion, she was very confident in her ability to judge people. No matter who it was, no matter how well they hid, they could not escape her eyes. But if it was not these three, who could it be? Who had the guts to steal from the treasure pavilion? Bang! At this moment, the door was kicked open, and Feng Zijun walked in angrily. Shangguan Qiu frowned and looked at Feng Zijuan, saying, What do you want to do? Feng Zijuan said, Shangguan Qiu, let me tell you, you won't get anything out of them. Shangguan Qiu said, Then what do you think we should do? Feng Zijuan glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two and sneered, There is only one way to deal with such fanatics, torture them. How dare you? Shangguan Qiu said angrily. Shangguan Qiu, I know you have seen countless people and are very confident in your judgment. But in this world, there are many people who are good at pretending. There will be times when you are wrong. Ji Yong closed the door and looked at Shangguan Qiu with a smile. I say, what do you mean? Revenge? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Feng Zijuan and Shangguan Qiu. Who are we? Who are you? Is there a need to take revenge on you for such a small matter? We are just talking about the facts. Ji Yong laughed, his eyes full of disdain. If Qin Feiyang hadn't personally heard the two of them discussing in private, he would have really believed this person's nonsense. You said we are talking about the facts, right? Well, let's talk about the facts now. You are so sure that we stole the Nine Suns Thunderfire. May I ask, where is your evidence? Qin Feiyang said. Feng Zijuan shouted, You were the only one who fought with me for the Nine Suns Thunderfire in the auction house. Who else could it be? Is that how you judge? How ridiculous. I was not the only one who wanted it at the auction house. There were many others who were also fighting for the Nine Suns Thunderfire. Based on what you said, aren't they all suspects? Qin Feiyang sneered. Feng Zijuan said angrily, They did fight, but you fought fiercely, didn't you? The one who fought fiercely is the one who stole the Nine Suns Thunderfire? What kind of logic is that? You must be stupid. Qin Feiyang said with amusement. You, Feng Zijuan glared at him. Forget it, forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with an idiot who is stupid. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and looked at Ji Yong. Sir, you must be stupid, right? Let's talk. Where was the Nine Suns Thunderfire when it was stolen? And where were you? Feng Zijuan was about to explode with anger. You can't be bothered to argue. Who is the one arguing with whom now? Ji Yong also frowned and said, VIP room 1. I'm right next to you. That's right. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What's right? Ji Yong was suspicious. Shangguan Qiu also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Qiu and asked, Manager, what's Ji Yong's cultivation level? Lower tier God of War. Shangguan Qiu said honestly. So powerful? Qin Feiyang looked at Ji Yong in shock. Ji Yong looked proud. Qin Feiyang sneered in his heart. He continued to look at Shangguan Qiu and asked, Manager, what's our cultivation level? Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said, You and this lady are both lower tier gods of war, and this young master is a higher tier god of war. That's right. 2 lower tier gods of war and 1 higher tier god of war. Can we steal the Nine Suns lightning fire in front of a lower tier divine emperor? Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Shangguan Qiu mumbled. The difference in cultivation level was too big. Even if the three of them had incredible abilities, they couldn't steal the Nine Suns lightning fire in front of Ji Yong without anyone noticing. Ji Yong frowned and looked at Qin Fei Yang. He had an ominous feeling. A lower-tier divine emperor. Such a terrifying existence. I'm afraid that even if we have the divine item of space, we can't steal the Nine Suns lightning fire. Moreover, we're in the treasure hall. Even if we borrow courage from the heavens, we won't dare to cause trouble in the treasure hall. Qin Fei Yang sighed. Shangguan Qiu nodded and said, that makes sense. In your opinion, what's the trick behind this? Qin Fei Yang glanced at Ji Yong and Feng Zijuan. He pondered for a while and asked, Manager, do you really want me to say it? Just say it. Shangguan Qiu said. Qin Fei Yang said, okay, let me ask first. When the Nine Suns lightning fire was stolen, was the manager in the VIP room? I wasn't. Shangguan Qiu shook his head. Why not? Qin Fei Yang was puzzled. Shangguan Qiu said, because Ji Yong said that he wanted to talk to Feng Zijuan in private, so I left. I see. Qin Fei Yang suddenly understood and said with a smile, then I understand. Ji Yong, Feng Zijuan, you two are really good at scheming. What do you mean? Feng Zijuan was at a loss. Ji Yong's uneasiness grew stronger. Qin Fei Yang looked at Feng Zijuan and said angrily, don't you know what I mean? Previously at the auction house, I embarrassed you, and because you held a grudge in your heart, you deliberately put on this show with Ji Yong to frame us. Frame us? Shangguan Qiu was stunned. After hearing this, Feng Zijuan was also stunned. When he came back to his senses, he immediately shouted, nonsense. Nonsense. Then why did you send Shangguan Qiu away? Qin Fei Yang sneered. Send me away? Shangguan Qiu frowned. Yes. They were sending you away. Because if you were there, they wouldn't be able to fake the scene of the Nine Suns lightning fire being stolen. In fact, they faked the theft of the Nine Suns lightning fire to take revenge on me. They were also using someone else to do their dirty work. Qin Fei Yang said. That makes sense. The Nine Suns lightning fire was stolen from the treasure pavilion, so the treasure pavilion can't escape the blame. For the sake of the treasure pavilion's reputation, you will definitely investigate to the end. Then, they will take the opportunity to instigate you to get rid of us. After Huoyi finished, he looked at Ji Yong and Feng Zijuan and sneered, what a brilliant plan, I admire it. You're slandering me. Feng Zijuan shouted angrily. Ji Yong was also extremely angry. He never thought that he would be the one being blamed. He looked at Shangguan Qiu and said in a low voice, do you believe their words? Shangguan Qiu pondered for a moment, then looked up at Ji Yong and said, with your strength and status, I believe that no one here would dare to steal from you, so I have to believe it. After that, Shangguan Qiu added, moreover, you said before that you didn't find anything like a space divine item in the VIP room. Without a space divine item, who could sneak into the VIP room? Ji Yong's heart trembled. Chapter 1956. Qin Fei Yang looked at the two of them and sneered. Feng Zijuan, Master Ji Yong, you have nothing to say now, right? Feng Zijuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had come to settle accounts with the three of them, but he did not expect them to embarrass them with just a few words. Shangguan Qiu said in a low voice, Feng Zijuan, Ji Yong, I don't care what you want to do, but I advise you not to drag the treasure pavilion into this. Feng Zijuan said anxiously, Shangguan Qiu, they're just pretending to be a thief. Don't be fooled. Qin Fei Yang said, you should know better than anyone who's pretending to be a thief. Feng Zijuan was so angry that he could not speak. That's enough. Ji Yong shouted coldly. He looked at Qin Fei Yang and the other two and sneered. You're good. We admit defeat this time, but there's still time. Let's wait and see. Qin Fei Yang said angrily, Manager, did you see that? They're desperate and threatening us. Shangguan Qiu glanced at Ji Yong and Feng Zijuan and said, the three of them are now guests of the treasure pavilion, so I hope you can have some awareness. Don't worry. We won't do anything to them in the treasure pavilion. But it's hard to say once they leave the treasure pavilion. Feng Zijuan, let's go. Ji Yong smiled coldly, turned around, and slammed the door. Feng Zijuan followed behind him and said to himself, Uncle Yong, are we just going to let it go? What else do you want? If we continue, it'll only make things worse. It's my fault. I underestimated the three of them. They're so shrewd. Ji Yong said telepathically. After the two of them left, Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said apologetically, I'm so sorry to have frightened you. No. We have to thank you, manager. If you had stood up for us, I'm afraid we would have been killed by them today. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and said gratefully, You're too kind. Shangguan Qiu shook his head and said with a smile, Then you can continue. I'll go. Take care, steward. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. After Shangguan Qiu left, Fire Lotus hurriedly closed the door. She patted her chest and whispered, You scared me to death. What's so scary about that? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Not everyone is like you. Fire Lotus pouted. Me? Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, Actually, the truly powerful one is Brother Hua. Brother Jiang, your words are too much for me. Throughout the entire process, I only said one sentence. You were the one who spoke the rest. If you're amazing, then Brother Jiang is the one who's amazing. Huoyi laughed. All right, stop flattering each other. You're all the same. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes at the two. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fire Lotus said, Brother, we have no use for those divine crystals, should we return them to Big Brother Huoyi? Indeed, we don't need them. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out the interspatial ring. He handed it to Huoyi and said, Thank you. You're welcome. Huoyi shook his head and smiled. He took the interspatial ring and crushed the IOU. Ninth Heaven Palace. In a magnificent hall. A red-haired old man sat on a throne. His aura was unfathomable. At this moment, he was looking at two people below him with anger. The two people standing below him were Ji Yong and Feng Zijuan. Both of them lowered their heads and trembled in fear. They didn't dare to look at the red-haired old man. Someone who could make them so afraid must be the Hall Master of Ninth Heaven Palace's Resource Hall. Good job. You used 400 million divine crystals to buy a cluster of 9 suns lightning fire. The funniest thing is that it was snatched away. Feng Zijuan, good job. I'm proud to have a descendant like you, and you, Ji Yong, an exalted small perfection divine lord is actually being toyed with by 3 brats who are still wet behind the ears. You really give this old man face. The red-haired old man broke the silence and laughed angrily at the two. Master, we know our mistake. Grandpa, we also know our mistake. The two shuddered and quickly knelt on the ground. What mistake did you make? It's all my fault. I didn't teach you well and caused you to be teased outside. You've embarrassed yourselves. That's right. It's all my fault. I'm ashamed. The red-haired old man smiled, but his smile was terrifying. Ji Yong and Ji Yong couldn't help but feel their hair stand. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Ji Yong lowered his head and said with a face full of self-blame. I'm sorry, the red-haired old man chuckled. But suddenly, he slammed his palm on the armrest of the chair and landed in front of Feng Zijuan. He slapped Feng Zijuan's face. Feng Zijuan flew out on the spot and pretended that his head was bleeding. What's the use of saying sorry? Let me tell you, this isn't a disgrace to you. It's a disgrace to this old man and your parents. Tell me, after doing such a stupid thing, how do you want this old man and your parents to face the world in the future? Face the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace? The red-haired old man blew his beard and glared. He was extremely angry. Grandpa, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me this time. Feng Zijuan ignored the blood on his face and crawled to the red-haired old man and begged. Scram. Go and reflect on your mistakes. Without this old man's orders, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the cultivation room. The red-haired old man shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Feng Zijuan nodded and ran out. Only Ji Yong was left. Ji Yong was also extremely nervous. His forehead was sweating. The red-haired old man looked at Ji Yong and didn't say anything for a long time. Get up. After some time, the red-haired old man turned and walked to the throne. He sat on it and looked at Ji Yong. Yes. Ji Yong replied respectfully and looked at the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man asked, "Who are those three people?" Ji Yong said, "Disciple doesn't know them. According to Disciple's guess, they should be people who came to Sky Dragon City for the first time." The red-haired old man said, "Then it's easy. Find a chance to make them disappear. This time, there can't be any accidents. Also, don't let anyone see them." Disciple understands. Ji Yong nodded. The red-haired old man asked again, "How is Gongzi Feng?" Ji Yong said, "He's still secretly doing things like killing people for money. But apart from that, he's quite honest." Honest? His existence is the shame of my Feng family. The red-haired old man snorted coldly. "Master, forgive this disciple for offending you. Actually, compared to Feng Zijuan, Gongzi Feng's character and personality are much better." Ji Yong said. "Of course this old man knows. But there's no other way. He can only blame himself for being an illegitimate child. My Feng family can't afford to lose face like this." The red-haired old man said. Sigh. Ji Yong couldn't help but sigh. The red-haired old man said, "In short, his identity as an illegitimate child can't be revealed. Especially his mother's identity, no one can know about it." "Yes." Ji Yong nodded. "Go." The red-haired old man waved his hand. "This disciple will take his leave." Ji Yong bowed respectfully and turned around to leave. Also in Nine Heaven Palace, in a training room. A purple-clothed youth stood in the training room with a shocked expression. This person was Gongzi Feng. In the air in front of Gongzi Feng, there were two figures. They were the two perfect war god-level strong men. A moment later, Gongzi Feng finally regained his senses. Looking at the two men, he asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course. This matter has already spread throughout Sky Dragon City." The two men nodded. "Haha," Gongzi Feng raised his head and laughed. I really didn't expect, my big brother to make such a big mistake. This is great. Yes. Feng Zijuan made such a big mistake, your grandfather Feng Yuan won't let him off easily this time." The two men said. Sigh. Hearing this, Gongzi Feng let out a long sigh. "Gongzi, why are you sighing?" The two men didn't understand. Although Feng Zijuan made a mistake and embarrassed the Feng family, he is different from me. If it were me this time, I would definitely be dead. But Feng Zijuan, that old bastard, at most, he would be scolded a few times and face the wall for a few days. Gongzi Feng shook his head. "Gongzi." The two men looked at Gongzi Feng with pity in their eyes. "All right, you don't have to look at me with such pitiful eyes. I still believe that gold will shine sooner or later." Gongzi Feng smiled. "Yes." The two men nodded. Gongzi Feng asked, "Have you seen the person who tricked Feng Zijuan?" "No. They were in the private room and didn't see each other. Maybe only Shangguan Qiu saw them." The two men said. Gongzi Feng pondered for a while and said, "Find a chance to meet them." "Meet them for what?" The two men were suspicious. Gongzi Feng smiled and said, "Haven't you heard of this saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend." "I see. But won't it be a little abrupt for us to suddenly meet them?" The two men frowned. "Find a reason, then it won't be abrupt." Gongzi Feng said. "What reason?" The two men asked. "I know that old bastard's character. This time, he has embarrassed Feng Zijuan in public. He will definitely not let it go." Gongzi Feng sneered. One of the men said, "Gongzi, do you mean that Feng Zijuan will find a chance to get rid of them?" "That's right. Go immediately, don't miss the opportunity, and be friendly." Gongzi Feng reminded. "We are now in the alley near the treasure pavilion. We won't miss it." The two men laughed. "Very good. I will also go and show some concern for Feng Zijuan and see how miserable he is now." Gongzi Feng smiled mockingly, turned off the image crystal, got up, and strode out of the cultivation room. Private room number 9. Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi were drinking tea and chatting while paying attention to the auction outside. They were like two old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, chatting happily. "Brother Jiang, I don't think there are any good things left. Why don't we change places and have a few more drinks?" Huoyi suggested. I have the same idea, but I want to wait a little longer. Qin Feiyang smiled. They had the 9 Suns Thunderfire and the Ghost Flower. They only lacked the Ghost Wood and the Death Fruit. If there was an auction later, wouldn't they miss it? Okay. Huoyi nodded and smiled. Chapter 1957. Dong Dong. Just as Qin Feiyang and Huoyi finished their conversation, another series of knocks came from the door. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other, a trace of suspicion creeping into their eyes. Could it be Feng Zijuan again? Come in. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly as he smiled faintly. 2 brawny men pushed the door open and entered. Qin Feiyang was stunned. How could it be these two? Huoyi transmitted his voice. Brother Jiang knows them? These two are young noble Feng's subordinates. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. The 2 brawny men entered the room and closed the door. Looking at the 3, they bowed. Greetings, young noble, and young Miss Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. You two are? Although he knew these two, they did not know him, because at that time, he was using Wang Dachuan's identity. One of the brawny men said, I am Mo Shan, this is my younger brother, Mo Yun, we are young noble Feng's subordinates. Young noble Feng's subordinates? Qin Feiyang pretended to be surprised and looked at the two, asking, You two are brothers? Yes. The two nodded. Qin Feiyang sized up the 2 of them. He suddenly frowned and said, Are you two here to help Feng Zijuan fight against injustice? No. The 2 quickly waved their hands. Don't play with me. Who in Sky Dragon City doesn't know that young noble Feng is Feng Zijuan's younger brother? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Young noble misunderstood. The 2 hurriedly said, looking anxious. Misunderstood? Then why don't you tell me why you're here? Qin Feiyang said. Mo Shan said, We are here to remind the 3 of you that Feng Yuan might harm the 3 of you, please be careful. Who is Feng Yuan? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Mo Shan said, Feng Yuan is Feng Zijuan's grandfather. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said suspiciously, Then I'm puzzled. Feng Yuan is Feng Zijuan's grandfather, so naturally, he is also Gongzi Feng's grandfather. As Gongzi Feng's subordinates, why did you come here to inform him? What are you playing at? It's not convenient for us to talk about the details. In short, we are not your enemies. Goodbye. As soon as Mo Shan finished speaking, he turned around and left in quick steps. After watching the 2 of them leave, Huoyi turned to Qin Feiyang and frowned. Strange, what is this young noble Feng trying to do? Brother Hua, you might not know this, but Gongzi Feng is actually an illegitimate son. Usually, whether it's his big brother, big sister, or his grandfather, they don't like him. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? He's an illegitimate child. Huoyi was stunned. Qin Feiyang looked at Huoyi's expression and smiled. Even brother Hua doesn't know. It seems this matter is a secret. How unexpected. Huoyi shook his head. Time flew by, and night fell. The auction finally ended. However, what Qin Feiyang and Mo Shan wanted did not appear. Although they were mentally prepared, the 2 of them were still disappointed. Let's go. Qin Feiyang said as he stood up. The 3 of them left the treasure pavilion. At night, Sky Dragon City was even more lively. This was especially true in those brothels, where the sounds of orioles and swallows could be heard, and people could drink and sing. At the same time as the 3 of them left the treasure pavilion, there was a black shadow that had been hiding in the shadows the entire time, following them. Huoyi smiled. Brother Jiang, do you know which restaurant is the most famous in Sky Dragon City? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Jade Zither Restaurant. Huoyi said. Is it very interesting? Qin Feiyang was curious. Of course. There is a fundamental difference between the Jade Zither restaurant and other restaurants. The other restaurants are usually filled with romance and extravagance. But this Jade Zither restaurant is an elegant and quiet place. Huoyi smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled. For Brother Hua to praise it like that, it must be extraordinary. I really want to go take a look. Huoyi said, Okay, I'll lead the way. You treat. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Brother, something's wrong. Suddenly, Lian glanced at a dark alley and said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're a bit slow to realize it now. Fire Lotus was stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang and Huiyi and found that the two of them were smiling. She asked in astonishment, you guys have already. The moment we left the treasure pavilion, I already noticed that someone was following us. It's just that I didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. This person must be Feng Yuan's lackey. It seems that Mo Shan and Huiyi are right. This Feng Yuan won't let this go. Huiyi shook his head and sighed. Although Feng Yuan's people wouldn't dare to make a move against them in public, as long as they left Sky Dragon City, they would definitely fall into danger. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have a headache after getting into such a big trouble. Huiyi sent a sound transmission. Brother Jiang, I want to ask, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Different situations call for different actions. Qin Feiyang laughed, without the slightest bit of worry on his face. Haha, different situations call for different actions. Compared to Brother Jiang's temperament, I'm really lacking. Huiyi laughed. The Jade Zither restaurant was also located in the center of Sky Dragon City. It was only about a dozen miles away from the treasure pavilion. It was an antique building. Under Huiyi's lead, the three of them quickly arrived at the entrance of the Jade Zither restaurant. Before they entered, they could already hear the melodious sound of the zither. The three of you, please come in. A woman in classical attire welcomed them with a smile on her face, giving off a comfortable and intimate feeling. The three of them stepped into the Jade Zither restaurant. The layout and decoration of this place was also unique. There were no independent rooms from the first floor to the fifth floor. Instead, there were rows of private seats. On both sides of the corridor, there were pots of white flowers at intervals, emitting a fragrance that assailed the nostrils. Other than that, there were no gorgeous decorations, nor was there the slightest bit of extravagance. Everything seemed simple. The 6th to 10th floors were places to rest and sleep. Huiyi said in a low voice, Brother Jiang, there is a rule in the Jade Zither restaurant. I have to tell you in advance that you are not allowed to drink, cause trouble, or fight. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked around. There were more than 1,000 private seats on the first floor to the 5th floor. But at this moment, it was almost full. But even so, compared to the clamor of other restaurants, this place was very quiet. Other than the sound of the zither reverberating in the ears, it was difficult to hear any other noise. Everyone deliberately lowered their voices when they spoke. And the people here were basically young men and women. Qin Feiyang even saw many disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace. Qin Feiyang suspiciously said, Brother Hua, why do I feel like this is a place to talk about love? Brother Jiang has good eyesight. Huiyi laughed in a low voice. His laughter was very wretched. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. But such a quiet place was indeed suitable for young people to talk about love. Wait. Why did he say young people? Right now, wasn't he also a young man in his prime? Under the guidance of the woman in classical attire, the three of them went up to the 4th floor and walked to a private seat leaning against the railing. From here, they could clearly see the situation on the 1st floor below. Qin Feiyang and Huiyi sat opposite each other. Fire Lotus sat next to Qin Feiyang. Soon, a waiter brought wine and food. Qin Feiyang and Huiyi were drinking wine when they heard the sound of the zither. The beautiful sound of the zither was like flowing water, neither fast nor slow. It made one's heart involuntarily calm down. Who is this person playing the zither? Fire Lotus suspiciously poked her head out and looked at the 10th floor above. The sound of the zither came from a room on the 10th floor. But the door was closed, so they couldn't see the person playing the zither. This person playing the zither is the owner of the Jade Zither Pavilion. But she has another identity, and this identity is very scary. Huiyi smiled mysteriously. Fire Lotus helplessly said, Brother Huiyi, can you not keep us in suspense? Have to maintain a little mystery, otherwise there won't be any surprises. Huiyi smiled. Fire Lotus was quite depressed. Qin Feiyang said, speaking of playing the zither, I know someone. Her zither music is not worse than the owner of the Jade Zither Pavilion. Huiyi was surprised and asked curiously, who? An elder of mine. In terms of seniority, She can be considered a great-grandmother. Qin Feiyang said. The person he was talking about was naturally Qin Rushuang. When Qin Rushuang was in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she attracted the admiration of countless young talents. Great-grandmother level? Brother Jiang, are you joking? How can an old woman be compared to the owner of the Jade Zither Pavilion? Huoyi said unhappily. Old woman? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. At the same time, in the ancient castle, Qin Rushuang opened her eyes, her beautiful face full of anger. He actually called her an old woman? How preposterous. Fire Lotus also covered her mouth at the side. What? Did I say something wrong? Huoyi looked at the two suspiciously. No, no. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang seemed to have noticed something and looked down at the door on the first floor. Fire Lotus and Huoyi also looked down and saw a 25 or 26-year-old black-clothed youth walking into the first floor of the hall. It should be him, Huoyi murmured. Qin Feiyang nodded. The black-clothed youth's cultivation was not ordinary. He was a greater tier war god. After entering the hall, the black-clothed youth looked around with an expressionless face, then found a private room on the first floor and drank silently. However, his eyes would occasionally glance at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Fire Lotus's eyes flashed coldly and said, although it's not a threat to us now, it doesn't feel good to be watched like this. No rush. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked Huoyi, Brother Hua, how do you usually earn soul stones? Soul stones? Huoyi was stunned. He picked up his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, then sighed, it's not that easy to earn soul stones. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You saw it too. Even the treasure pavilion uses divine crystals to trade, so it's very difficult to earn soul stones. Huoyi said. Qin Feiyang frowned. There must be a way, right? With enough soul stones, everyone's strength would be able to increase quickly. So no matter what, they had to get soul stones. Soul stones are priceless. Even if there are, no one will sell them. Take the treasure pavilion for example. As far as I know, not only do they have soul stones, but they also have soul veins. But they don't use soul stones to trade. Unless there's some treasure that they value. Huoyi said. Literature Museum. Chapter 1958. Important things. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself. Huoyi smiled and said, of course, there's a shortcut. What shortcut? Qin Feiyang looked up at Huoyi. Burn, kill, and loot. Huoyi said. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus was also stunned. Burn, kill, and loot. How could he come up with such a stupid idea? Look at how nervous you are. I'm just joking. Huoyi shook his head and smiled. Actually, the best shortcut to earning soul stones is to enter Empyrean Palace. Tell me more. Qin Feiyang said. In Empyrean Palace, even if you're an outer disciple, you can receive 10 soul stones every month. Inner disciples can receive even more. They can receive 50 soul stones every month. Of course, the geniuses of Empyrean Palace, such as Feng Zijuan, can receive even more soul stones every month. In addition, you can also exchange precious herbs for soul stones. In the treasure pavilion, even the most precious herbs can only be exchanged for divine crystals. Empyrean Palace will give out missions every day. As long as you complete these missions, you can get a lot of soul stones. Huoyi finished in one breath, his face full of yearning. Such a good treatment. No wonder everyone in the North region wants to enter Empyrean Palace. Qin Feiyang mumbled. To be honest, Brother Jiang, I entered Empyrean Palace for soul stones. Huoyi sighed. It makes sense. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, are there any other forces in the North region besides Empyrean Palace? Yes. That force is the treasure pavilion. Don't underestimate the treasure pavilion just because it's a trading place. It's not only in the North region, but also in the East Tomb, West Desert, Southern Wilderness, and even the Divine Land. So, even the giants of Empyrean Palace are afraid of the treasure pavilion. Huoyi said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said, no wonder Shangguan Qiu dared to scold Feng Zijuan. Shangguan Qiu can't be underestimated. Although she's only the manager of the treasure pavilion, her master is the famous treasure pavilion master. In terms of status, Feng Zijuan is like this in front of her. Huoyi stretched out his pinky and smiled. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. Frankly speaking, before this, they did not think that Shangguan Qiu was that great. But who would have thought that his status would be so high? Being the disciple of the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion was not something that Feng Zijuan could compare to. Wait. Nine Heavens Palace's monthly expenses are so high, where did they get so many soul stones? Qin Feiyang suspiciously looked at Huoyi. Of course it's the soul line. Rumor has it that half of the soul lines in the northern region are in Nine Heaven Palace. How many soul stones do you think they have? Huoyi said. This is too shocking. Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked, then who has these soul veins? All the resources of Nine Heavens Palace are controlled by the resource hall master. Huoyi said. The meaning was obvious. It was Feng Yuan who controlled the soul lines. Brother, if we get these soul lines, do you think we won't have to worry about soul stones for the rest of our lives? Fire Lotus whispered. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi heard this and their expressions suddenly became dull. After Huoyi came back to his senses, he immediately made a shushing gesture towards Huolian and transmitted his voice. Little sister Huolian, you really won't rest until you've shocked people to death. Girl, you've got guts. You actually dare to have ideas about the soul lines of Nine Heavens Palace? Qin Feiyang also smiled bitterly. Fire Lotus smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang said again, however, we can develop in this direction. What? Huoyi was stunned again. Fire Lotus also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. What haven't I done before? A mere Nine Heavens Palace can't scare me. You siblings are two people who aren't afraid of anything. I'm really convinced. It seems that I have to keep a distance from you in the future. Otherwise, I'll be killed by you sooner or later. Huoyi smiled bitterly. I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Nine Heavens Palace is such a terrifying existence. Even if I borrow courage from the heavens, I wouldn't dare to provoke them, Qin Feiyang said. Joking? Huoyi was slightly stunned and shook his head. I really don't think you're joking. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily. He held the wine cup and sipped it while paying attention to the black-clothed youth on the first floor. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he raised his head and drank all the wine in the cup. Then, he put down the cup and looked at Huoyi with a smile. Brother Hua, I suddenly thought of something that I have to take care of. Huoyi was stunned, then nodded. Do you need help? It's a small matter, there's no need. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Huoyi said, that's a pity, I originally wanted to drink with Brother Jiang. There's still a long way to go. Qin Feiyang laughed. That's true. Then let's establish a contract bridge so that we can contact each other in the future. Huoyi took out the image crystal. All right. Qin Feiyang also took out the image crystal. Soon, the contract bridge was completed. Qin Feiyang kept the image crystal, stood up and looked at Fire Lotus with a smile. Let's go. Brother Huoyi, goodbye. Fire Lotus stood up, gently and politely smiled at Huoyi, and then quickly left with Qin Feiyang. After Qin Feiyang and Huoyi walked out of the Jade Zither building, the black-clothed youth also put down dozens of spirit crystals and hurriedly left. Interesting. Huoyi looked at the door on the first floor, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. On the street, Qin Feiyang walked without looking back. Fire Lotus suspiciously asked, Qin Dage, where are we going? Outside the city. Qin Feiyang agreed in his heart. Then, he became silent. His eyes were sparkling. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang's side profile with a trace of helplessness in her eyes. Although they had been together for a long time, she could not see through the man in front of her. It was as if there was a veil covering his body. The black-clothed youth had been hiding in the dark, paying attention to Qin Feiyang and Huoyi. Soon, the West City Gate entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Qin Feiyang did not stop and went straight out of the city. And the guards did not check the people who went out of the city. After leaving the city, Qin Feiyang glanced at the mountains in front of him, and then took Fire Lotus and sped up, passing through the plains without looking back, and disappeared into the mountains and forests. The black-clothed youth also followed all the way into the forest. However, he found that the person was actually gone. He jumped up and stood on the branch of a big tree, scanning the dense forest in front of him, and gradually frowned. Where was the person? Why was he gone? After following for so long, you must be tired. But suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth was startled, and his whole body was dripping with cold sweat. But before he could react, a wisp of blood like lightning pierced through his lower abdomen, and blood gushed out. Then, a person appeared in front of him. It was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and without any explanation, grabbed the black-clothed youth's neck and coldly snorted. Isn't it just humiliating, Zijuan? Is there a need to be so haunting? Before entering the forest, he immediately took Fire Lotus and entered the Black Tortoise world. And this time, he went out of the city to deal with this person. Because he did not want to be too passive. The black-clothed youth was flustered. But suddenly, the black-clothed youth stared at the void behind Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Be careful. You want to trick me with your insignificant skills?" Qin Feiyang sneered. But just as he finished speaking, a fatal crisis appeared in his heart. There's still someone else. His eyes darkened, and he turned his head to look. Behind him, there were actually two black-clothed men. The two black-clothed men each held a dagger that shone with a cold light, and were stabbing towards his back. And there was no aura at all, like two ghosts. Die. The two black-clothed men laughed, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. At such a close distance, it was expected that this person would not be able to react. However, they underestimated Qin Feiyang. Humph! Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, let go of the black-clothed youth, and smashed the two daggers with his backhand. Clang! Accompanied by two deafening noises, under the incredulous gaze of the two black-clothed men, the two daggers, in just an instant, were shattered one after another. The black-clothed youth landed on the ground, and when he saw this scene, his face was also filled with disbelief. Those two daggers, at first glance, were divine artifacts. He actually shattered divine artifacts with his bare hands. How terrifying was this person's physical body? How dare you sneak attack me, you're courting death. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the two black-clothed men, his eyes filled with a murderous aura that could not be dispersed. The one courting death is you. After the two black-clothed men calmed down, their eyes also flashed with a fierce light. Boom! Following closely, two terrifying divine auras appeared. Qin Feiyang sized up the two of them, and said in surprise, "Perfect war gods. It's good that you know. If you don't want to die too miserably, then obediently let us capture you." The two of them laughed sinisterly and leaped towards Qin Feiyang. "Hurry up and leave," the black-clothed youth reminded. "Perfect war gods are just ants." Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disdain. He raised his hand and waved, and two blood-red rays of light, with an extremely terrifying speed, directly entered between the eyebrows of the two black-clothed men. Ah! Two shrill screams instantly resounded through the sky. The heads of the two black-clothed men were instantly shattered like watermelons, and their souls were also annihilated. The black-clothed youth was stunned. A beginner-level war god, with a wave of his hand, instantly killed two perfect war gods. Was this a dream? And at the same time that Qin Feiyang killed the two black-clothed men, two terrifying auras swept over from the West City Gate. Obviously, the previous exchange alarmed the guards at the city gate. Qin Feiyang glanced at the West City Gate and snatched the Chenkuan bags of the two black-clothed men. Then, with a murderous look, he rushed in front of the black-clothed youth, stretched out his arm, and slapped towards the black-clothed youth's head. "Don't kill me. I'm not an enemy," the black-clothed youth hurriedly shouted. His face was pale. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and grabbed the black-clothed youth. As if he was grabbing a little chick, he turned around and teleported, disappearing into the depths of the mountain like lightning. What happened? After Qin Feiyang disappeared, the two guards rushed into the forest. When they saw the corpses of the two black-clothed men, their faces were filled with shock. Literature Museum. Chapter 1959. Under the night sky, the mountains seemed to be covered with a mysterious veil. Every giant peak and every mountain ridge was like a ferocious giant beast. In the sky above a certain valley, a white figure flew across the sky and landed on the mountain peak. It was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked around and threw the black-clothed youth on the ground. Then, he ignored the black-clothed youth and took out the 2 Chenkuan bags and checked them. The black-clothed youth struggled to get up and stared at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with fear. Not bad. There are actually more than 1,000 soul stones in total. A moment later, Qin Feiyang's face gradually revealed a smile. As he spoke, he took out a set of clothes from one of the Chenkuan bags. On the clothes, there was an eye-catching flame pattern. However, it was different from the flame pattern he had seen before. In the middle of the flame pattern, there was a sword. The black-clothed youth looked at the pattern and said in a deep voice, "It's indeed someone from the 9 Heaven Palace's Law Enforcement Hall." Law Enforcement Hall? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He looked at the black-clothed youth and asked in surprise, "You know about it?" The black-clothed youth nodded and explained, "The pattern of the Law Enforcement Hall is different from the other patterns of the 9 Heaven Palace. Their pattern has an additional sword. So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang nodded and sent the 2 Chenkuan bags to the castle. He looked at the black-clothed youth and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The black-clothed youth hesitated. Qin Feiyang said, "You should know that if you don't speak, I will kill you without hesitation." The black-clothed youth's pupils shrank. Sigh. After a while, the black-clothed youth sighed and took a facial restoration pill. His appearance immediately began to change. Soon, a handsome and tall youth appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. The youth was about 1.78 meters tall and had handsome facial features. He had an extraordinary temperament. There was also a natural arrogance between his eyebrows. Looking at the young man standing in front of him, Qin Feiyang was extremely astonished. The youth cupped his hands and said, "This one is Gongzi Feng. Greetings, brother." That was right. This person was Gongzi Feng. "How could it be you? Why are you following me?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Gongzi Feng said, "I received news that someone in the treasure pavilion made Feng Zijuan suffer a great loss, so I wanted to see with my own eyes who it was." "I see. Now that you've seen it, what do you think?" Qin Feiyang joked. Gongzi Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Your Excellency's strength is so terrifying. Would I dare to have any thoughts about it?" "Ha ha," Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "You don't have to be nervous, I won't hurt you." "Why?" Gongzi Feng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Because you are Gongzi Feng." "Because I'm Gongzi Feng?" Gongzi Feng was getting more and more confused. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Wang Dachuan." "Wang Dachuan." Gongzi Feng quivered, looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise, and asked, "Could it be that you are Wang Dachuan's friend?" "Friend?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and shook his head helplessly. "You think too highly of him." Gongzi Feng frowned as he kept thinking in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You are Wang Dachuan?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "To be exact, Wang Dachuan is already dead." "I see." Hearing this, Gongzi Feng finally understood and sighed. "I really didn't expect that the person who made Feng Zijuan lose face would be you." Qin Feiyang said, "This is also a greeting gift for you." "Greeting gift?" Gongzi Feng said in shock. "You embarrassed him because of me?" "Not entirely. It just so happened that he provoked me, so I helped you teach him a lesson." Qin Feiyang laughed. Gongzi Feng was a little dazed. He shook his head and said, "You are really good, I admire you. Then may I ask, what is your real name?" "Jiang Haotian." Qin Feiyang said. "Jiang Haotian," Gongzi Feng muttered, searching in his mind, but he realized that he had no impression of this name. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Don't think about it, I have never been to Sky Dragon City before. As for my identity, you don't have to ask." Yes. Gongzi Feng nodded repeatedly. "How is it? Now, do you think I can help you?" Qin Feiyang said. "Yes, of course." Gongzi Feng laughed heartily. Qin Feiyang said, "Then I will have to rely on you for the news of Qin Batian." This, Gongzi Feng hesitated. Brother Jiang, if it is anything else, I dare to guarantee you, but regarding Qin Batian, I can only say that I will do my best. It's fine as long as you do your best. Qin Feiyang smiled. Gongzi Feng took out the image crystal and said, in that case, shall we establish a contract bridge? All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the contract bridge was established, the joy on Gongzi Feng's face intensified. Although the identity of this man before him was unknown, as long as he could help him, nothing else mattered. Brother Jiang, actually, to tell you the truth, I don't care about myself. What I want to do the most is to clear my mother's name. Gongzi Feng put away the image crystal, his expression turning melancholic. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang felt suspicious. Gongzi Feng said, do you know why I hate Feng Yuan and the others so much? Because you are an illegitimate child. Qin Feiyang said. What? Gongzi Feng was dumbfounded, asking in surprise, how did you know? As long as one is willing, it is not difficult to find out. However, that is all I know. Qin Feiyang said. Brother Jiang, you're really a scary person. Gongzi Feng shook his head, looking at the waning moon in the sky, and said, actually, the biggest reason why I am ostracized by Feng Zijuan and the others is not because I am an illegitimate child, but because of my mother. Qin Feiyang crossed his arms and looked at Gongzi Feng silently. Gongzi Feng pondered for a moment, then turned and walked to the edge of the cliff, looking down at the mountains below, and said, my mother used to be a woman in a brothel. Qin Feiyang frowned. Gongzi Feng laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Brother Jiang, after hearing this, do you also think that I am lowly? Wrong. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wrong. Gongzi Feng turned and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, in this world, everyone is equal. There is no difference between lowly and noble. Thank you. Gongzi Feng smiled gratefully, and then a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. He said, but Feng Zijuan and the others don't think so. In their eyes, my mother is a lowly woman in a brothel, and a disgrace to the Feng family. What about you? Qin Feiyang asked. Me? Of course I love my mother very much. Because she is the one who gave me life. Gongzi Feng laughed softly. If you think so, it means that I am not helping the wrong person. Because I hate people who don't even recognize their own parents. Such people are worse than animals. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Filial piety and gratitude are the most basic principles of being a child. Unfortunately, I don't even have the chance to be filial now. Gongzi Feng said sadly. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, your mother is no longer alive? Yes. Gongzi Feng nodded, and 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He said, many years ago, my mother was killed by my father. What? Your father killed her with his own hands? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. Gongzi Feng closed his eyes in pain and muttered, this memory is the pain of my life. I want to forget it, but I just can't. Every late night, my mother's despair and miserable cries would resound in my mind. Why did your father do that? Qin Feiyang asked with a frown. That was a very long time ago. When my father was young, he was a womanizer and womanizer. Once, he went to drink with some of his friends, and he accidentally saw my mother. When my mother was young, she was very beautiful. My father also took a fancy to her. Since then, he went to look for my mother every day. Of course, my mother knew very well that, given my father's status, it was impossible for him to truly like her. He was merely greedy for a moment of pleasure. Even so, love grew with time, and my mother gradually fell in love with that man. Furthermore, not long after that, she gave birth to his child. That child was me. However, my mother didn't tell him. That's because my father was already married at that time. Firstly, it was because my mother felt inferior. She felt that she was not worthy of my father. Secondly, she didn't want to make things difficult for my father. Thus, my mother left without saying a word. She went to a distant place and concealed her identity. Gongzi Feng said. She went to a distant place. Qin Feiyang was startled. Then, he asked suspiciously, your mother clearly did not want you and your father to recognize each other. If that's the case, Why would such a situation occur? Do you know how difficult it is for a woman, a weak woman, to raise a child by herself? However, my mother never complained. She quietly raised me and taught me meticulously. During that time, although I didn't know who my father was, I lived a very happy life. However, one day, a great calamity befell me, when Gongzi Feng said that an overflowing evil aura soared from his body. This evil aura caused Qin Feiyang to tremble. He had never seen such a terrifying evil aura before. At that time, there was a very powerful person in the small town that we lived in. He had always wanted my mother to become his concubine. Furthermore, he said that he would treat me as his own son. However, my mother knew that it was a lie. Thus, she never agreed to it. Later on, that person flew into a rage out of humiliation. He captured me and forced my mother to submit. In desperation, my mother had no choice but to seek my father's help. When my father found out that he had a son like me, he was also very surprised. However, he still acted. He killed that person and saved me. However, right when I thought that I had a father and would finally be able to enjoy his love, my father suddenly made a move on me and my mother. Furthermore, the reason for that was that our existence was a stain on their Feng family's reputation. Gongzi Feng shouted. The evil aura he emitted grew even more terrifying. Hatred filled his eyes. Chapter 1960. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. There was a saying that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. However, this Gongzi Feng's father not only wanted to kill his own woman, but also his own child. How ruthless must he be able to do something like this? Although he had yet to meet this Nine Heavens Palace's law enforcement elder, his impression of him had already been greatly reduced. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then how did you escape?" "It was my mother." My mother knelt before him and begged him in every possible way before he agreed to let me go. However, the condition was that my identity as an illegitimate child could never be revealed, nor could anyone know who my birth mother was. I was a pitiful worm with no one to rely on. Naturally, I could only agree to these conditions. After that, he brought me to Nine Heavens Palace. However, the reason he brought me to Nine Heavens Palace was not to take care of me, but to make it convenient for him to keep an eye on me. Because they were worried that I would take revenge on them. Gongzi Feng said. Suddenly having a son like you would definitely attract criticism from outsiders. Then, what did your father say to others? Qin Feiyang asked. Back then, when he brought me back to Nine Heavens Palace, there were indeed many people who asked him about my identity. He had long since made arrangements to tell others that I was the son of him and Yin Hui. However, I was raised outside since I was young and didn't make it public. This Yin Hui was his legal wife, Feng Zijuan's birth mother. Gongzi Feng said. Did no one suspect anything? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. No. Because my mother gave me the name Gongzi Feng, which also has the word Feng in it. Thus, no one thought too much about it. As for me, I naturally became their youngest son. Many people envied me. I had such a powerful grandfather, such powerful parents, big brother, and big sister. However, they didn't know how hard it was for me all these years. No matter what I did, I had to be careful, lest they caught something that could be used against me. Because once they caught something that could be used against me, it would be the time of my death. It could be said that no one could understand how I spent all these years. No one could understand how I felt. Gongzi Feng said in pain. No. I can feel it. I can understand it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You. Gongzi Feng was startled and he looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. My experience and your father's. Back then, my father also wanted to kill me. It was also my mother who kneeled before him and begged him bitterly. Only then was I able to keep my life. However, there is a difference. My father killed me to protect the billions of people below. As for your father, he truly wanted to kill you. Qin Feiyang said. Gongzi Feng was stunned. He sighed and said, I never thought that there would be someone in this world who had the same experience as me. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, I didn't expect that there would be someone more pitiful than me in this world. Fate is in your own hands. To break free from the shackles, to stand out, to gain respect, and to clear your mother's name, you have to work harder than others. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Too. Gongzi Feng murmured. Gradually, there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. He turned to Qin Feiyang and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Jiang." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled, saying, "I didn't do anything. You don't have to thank me." "No. Brother Jiang's words are like a ray of light to me. It's very meaningful. However, I'm still a little confused. What should I do?" Gongzi Feng said. Qin Feiyang smiled, "You don't have to do anything. You just have to work hard, be careful, and don't make any mistakes." "I can do that, but is it meaningful?" Gongzi Feng was doubtful. "Of course. In the future, I will make Feng Zijuan keep making mistakes. At that time, your father and grandfather will look at Feng Zijuan, who is getting worse day by day. When they look back at you, they will slowly realize that you are stronger than Feng Zijuan. As time passes, my attitude towards you might change." Qin Feiyang smiled. Gongzi Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Please rest assured that I will try my best to find out about Qin Beishan's news. This is called mutual benefit." Qin Feiyang said. "Haha, yes, mutual benefit." Gongzi Feng laughed heartily. The next day, early morning, on the side of the West City Gate, a large group of people were discussing. In the middle of the crowd, there were two headless corpses. It was the two men in black. At this moment, an 8-foot man squatted beside the corpses. His eyes were gloomy. This person was Ji Yong. "Lord Ji Yong, do you recognize the owner of these two corpses?" The two city guards looked at Ji Yong and asked. "Yes. They are the law enforcers of my 9 Heavens Palace." Ji Yong said in a deep voice. "What? They are the law enforcers of 9 Heavens Palace. Who has the guts to kill the law enforcers?" The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The faces of the two city guards were also filled with shock. Ji Yong got up, looked at the two guards, and asked, "Where did you find their corpses?" "In the jungle over there. Last night, we heard the sound of fighting, so we immediately rushed over to check it out. But when we rushed over, we only saw the corpses of these two lords, and the murderer was nowhere to be seen." The two city guards said. "Bastard. Little bastard, I have really underestimated you." Ji Yong cursed secretly. "Ayaya, why are there two corpses here?" Suddenly, there was a strange cry. As soon as Ji Yong heard this voice, a piercing cold light appeared in his eyes. He turned around and looked up. He saw a man and a woman standing outside the crowd. The man was wearing a white robe, his figure was tall and straight like a pine tree, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and a faint smile on his face. The woman was tall and her hair was like a waterfall. Even though she was wearing a mask to cover her face, it could not hide her graceful bearing. The two of them were Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang and Gongzi Feng chatted for the entire night and only separated at dawn. Gongzi Feng naturally returned to 9 Heavens Palace. Qin Feiyang brought Fire Lotus back to Sky Dragon City and just happened to see this scene. Fire Lotus looked at the two corpses, then looked at Ji Yong, and said in surprise, "Brother, isn't this Lord Ji Yong?" "That's him. Lord Ji, to be able to meet him so early in the morning, we are really fated." Qin Feiyang smiled. Ji Yong looked at the two of them, his hands clenched, and his gloomy eyes were extremely frightening. Why does his voice sound so familiar? I seem to have heard it before. In the crowd, some people looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Wait, he seems to be the one who fought with Feng Zijuan for the 9 Sun Lightning Fire at the auction house yesterday. Really? That's right, that's him. I was at the auction house yesterday. I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. So he's that madman. Everyone's eyes changed. Someone who dared to make fun of Feng Zijuan was definitely not a simple person. Qin Feiyang looked at Ji Yong, then at the crowd in front of him, and said with a smile, "Everyone, can you move aside?" The crowd quickly moved aside. Qin Feiyang brought Fire Lotus and walked to Ji Yong's side with a happy face. Looking at the two corpses, he was speechless. Even their heads are gone, What a pitiful death. Lord Ge, I heard you say that they were the enforcers of Nine Heavens Palace? Fire Lotus turned to look at Ji Yong and asked suspiciously. That's right. Ji Yong nodded. This murderer is really daring, he even dared to touch the people of Nine Heavens Palace. Fire Lotus said in shock. Miss is right. Daring to touch the people of Nine Heavens Palace, no matter who he is, no matter how strong his background is, he will die without a doubt. Ji Yong sneered. These words were naturally for Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus to hear. It was because he knew in his heart that those two black-clothed men were definitely killed by Qin Feiyang. Lord Ji, you're right. Who dares to offend a giant like Nine Heavens Palace? But Lord Ji, there's a good saying, those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Some people are not so easy to deal with. We'll meet again. Qin Feiyang chuckled, then brought Fire Lotus and entered the city, disappearing into the crowd. The two city guards stared blankly at the backs of Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus, even forgetting to check on them. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Daring to be so arrogant in front of Ji Yong, these two young men were really daring. In the next few days, Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus stayed in the auction house during the day and cultivated in the castle at night. But regretfully, the god of death fruit and yin spirit wood did not appear. Ji Yong also seemed to have given up, no longer sending people to follow and monitor Qin Feiyang. On the fifth day, Qin Feiyang was still the same as before, quietly sitting in the auction house's 9th private room. And now, the 9th private room was like his personal VIP room. Because every time he came, he would be in this private room. Dawn. At noon, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Fire Lotus said. The door was gently pushed open, and two familiar figures, one male and one female, entered the private room. It's you two. Fire Lotus was stunned. The two people were none other than Jiao Xiaolong and Jiao Xiaohui. Big brother Jiang. Jiao Xiaohui ran up to Qin Feiyang, greeting him warmly. Qin Feiyang looked at the siblings, frowning. What are you two doing here? Can't we come? The siblings looked at each other, then looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, the matter between me and Feng Zijuan, you two should have heard about it. I already heard about it when I entered the city. Jiao Xiaolong nodded. Big brother Jiang, you're really amazing, you even dared to tease Feng Zijuan. Jiao Xiaohui giggled, her eyes sparkling like little stars. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Be serious, since you already know, why did you still come looking for me? That's right. If Feng Zijuan's lackeys see you too, you'll be implicated. Fire Lotus added. Chapter 1961. So that's what you're worried about. Jiao Xiaolong was enlightened and smiled. Thank you for your concern, but it's okay because when we came in, no one saw us. That's good. Qin Feiyang sighed in relief and asked, how's the Guo family? Jiao Xiaolong smiled. Thanks to Big Brother Jiang, everything has been settled. The old patriarch has been buried, but, speaking of this. The smile on Jiao Xiaolong's face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of gloominess. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Jiao Xiaolong sighed. Guo Zueki escaped. How could you let her escape? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Jiao Xiaolong said, it was Guo Zixiong who self-destructed, giving Guo Zueki a chance to escape. I've been tracking her for a long time, but I couldn't find her. Guo Zueki. Qin Feiyang was silent. Jiao Xiaolong smiled, but one Guo Zueki can't make any waves. Wrong. Guo Zueki's talent is not worse than yours. If you give her time, you may not be her opponent in the future. Qin Feiyang said. This, Jiao Xiaolong frowned. But there's no other way. The northern region is so big, to find one person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Jiao Xiaolong nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, go back to Nine Heavens Palace, don't come looking for me in the future. Okay. But there's something I want to ask Big Brother Jiang for help. Jiao Xiaolong said. Qin Feiyang asked, is it about your sister entering Nine Heavens Palace? Yes. Now, Xiaohui is my only family in the world, I can't let her wander outside alone. So I want to ask Big Brother Jiang to help Xiaohui pass the test. Gao Xiaolong said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. I can't help with this. Why? Gao Xiaolong asked. Because if I help Xiaohui, it's equivalent to telling Feng Yuan that you siblings are related to me. This will only harm you. Qin Feiyang said. Then what should we do? It's impossible for Xiaohui to pass the test with her own abilities. Gao Xiaolong was anxious. Qin Feiyang said, go find Gongzi Feng, he will help you and your sister. Young Master Feng? Gao Xiaolong was stunned, frowning. How can he help us? Qin Feiyang said, just go and find him. When he asks you, just say it was my arrangement. This, Gao Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, little Hui, let's go. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Gao Xiaohui bowed to express her gratitude and followed Gao Xiaolong out of the room. After the two left, Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Now your conscience won't be condemned, right? Of course not. I've already repaid what I owed them. From now on, it will depend on their own luck. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then, what if they find out the truth later that it was because of you that their Gao family was exterminated and they hate you? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang smiled. If that's the case, what's the harm in killing them? What's the harm in killing them? Fire Lotus muttered to herself and sighed. Gao Xiaolong, Gao Xiaohui, you two better take care of yourself. Time flew by. The sun set in the west and night fell. On the high stage, the auctioneer was still Shangguan Qiu. Today is almost over. Let's prepare the last auction item. Shangguan Qiu looked around and took out a palm-sized metal box from the spatial ring on his index finger. Everyone looked at the metal box curiously. Shangguan Qiu waved his hand and the metal box opened with a click. A terrifying heat wave surged out of the box. The whole auction house turned into a giant furnace in an instant. This is... Qin Feiyang leaned back in his chair and felt the terrifying heat wave. He immediately sat up straight and stared at the metal box. Shangguan Qiu lifted a finger and a flame flew out of the metal box and floated in the air. Alchemy fire. Qin Feiyang was excited. Judging from the aura, it was a grade 9 alchemy fire. A grade 9 alchemy fire was exactly what he wanted. Whether it was refining the spirit breaking pill or the dragon soul primordial spirit pill, they all needed a god-level alchemy fire. The nether devil flame was only at grade 9. Therefore, it needed 3 more grade 9 alchemy fires to reach the god level. This is a grade 9 alchemy fire. The starting price is 500,000 and there is no upper limit. Let the auction begin. As soon as Shangguan Qiu finished speaking, the sound of bidding was heard. Qin Dage, if you want to make a move, do it now. Because with your current reputation, as long as you open your mouth, I believe no one else will make a bid. Fire Lotus said. In the time that Fire Lotus opened her mouth, the price had already risen to 1 million. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he was stunned. Am I that famous? Why don't you try? Fire Lotus smiled. Okay. I'll try. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, 1,500,000. As soon as the voice came out, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Is it him? Yes, it's him. I can't be more familiar with this voice. He's still in the auction house. This is not good. Soon. The auction house was in an uproar. As Fire Lotus expected, no one made a bid. What's wrong with them? Why didn't the person in the 9th private room make a bid? In a private room, there were 5 young men and women who looked at the people in the auction house suspiciously. There were 3 men and 2 women. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes and had an extraordinary temperament. They don't dare to compete with this person. Another white-clothed youth pushed open the door and said with a smile, Big Brother Nai, you're back. The 3 men and 2 women got up to welcome him. The white-clothed youth nodded and walked to the window. He looked at the 9th private room and his eyes flickered. Big Brother Nai, what did you do just now? The 3 men and 2 women looked at him suspiciously. The white-clothed youth said, I went to find out what happened in Sky Dragon City recently. Did you find out anything? One of the purple-clothed women asked. Yes. There was one thing that was the most shocking. A few days ago, someone not only cheated Feng Zijuan of 400 million god crystals, but also humiliated him. The white-clothed youth smiled. What? Who is so daring to cheat Feng Zijuan? The 5 of them were shocked. The white-clothed youth said, "This person is in the 9th private room. So it's him." No wonder no one dared to say anything when he opened his mouth. Big Brother Nai, is his identity scarier than Feng Zijuan? The 5 of them sighed. The white-clothed youth shook his head and said, "This person's identity is still a mystery. Do we still want the alchemy fire?" A black-clothed man asked. Of course. Big Brother Nai has always wanted a 9th-grade alchemy fire. Now that there's a chance, why not snatch it? The other 4 said. But this person dares to cheat Feng Zijuan. What if we get cheated too? The black-clothed man frowned. The 4 of them remained silent and looked at the white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth thought for a while and shook his head. Forget it. This person's identity is mysterious. It's better not to make enemies with him. On the high platform, Shangguan Qiu's beautiful eyebrows gradually frowned. When Qin Feiyang opened his mouth, she thought that the situation from a few days ago would happen again. She was very happy, because her treasure pavilion was about to make a fortune again. However, as time passed, no one increased the price. This was completely different from the beautiful situation she had imagined. What were these people doing? After all, this was a 9th-grade alchemy fire. How could they just give it to someone else? Shangguan Qiu glanced at the 9th private room and asked unwillingly, 1,500,000. Is there anyone else? Everyone remained silent. Where's Feng Zijuan? Where's the Feng family? Come out. At this moment, she could not wait to hear the Feng family's voice. However, after waiting for a while, no one made a sound. This is a big loss. Shangguan Qiu shook his head helplessly and announced the result. Qindage, did you see that? Now you're in Sky Dragon City. You're a ruthless person that everyone is afraid of. Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. This scene was really unexpected. Shangguan Qiu must hate him to death. However, this 9th-grade alchemy fire was too cheap. The starting price was only 500,000. After all, in the Great Qin dynasty and the Forgotten Continent, a 9th-grade alchemy fire could not be found at all. It could be said to be a priceless treasure. Today's auction has come to an end. Everyone, please come early tomorrow. Shangguan Qiu smiled politely and left with the alchemy fire. The people in the auction house also stood up and gradually dispersed. In the private room, Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle and took out 1,500,000 divine gems. He put them in a Chenkuan bag and prepared to leave with Fire Lotus. However, at this moment, Shangguan Qiu came to him and reluctantly handed the alchemy fire to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang thanked him and also handed the Chenkuan bag to Shangguan Qiu. Shangguan Qiu looked at the divine gems in the Chenkuan bag and his face twitched slightly. He said, "Young master, in the history of the treasure pavilion, a 9th-grade alchemy fire has never been sold for less than 5 million. This time, you got it for only 1,500,000. You got a great deal. Haha, this is all thanks to everyone's care." Qin Feiyang laughed. Shangguan Qiu rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Shangguan Qiu and said with a smile, "Miss, why don't we sit down and talk?" Shangguan Qiu was slightly stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. He sat opposite Qin Feiyang and asked, "Young master, what do you want to talk about?" "Miss, you are pure and intelligent. I don't think I can hide anything from you," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Pure and intelligent. I can't afford to be praised like that. Young master, if you have any good deals, just say it. As long as it is valuable, the treasure pavilion will accept it." Shangguan Qiu said with a smile. "Miss, you are indeed a businesswoman. Then I won't hide it." Qin Feiyang took out an elixir from his Chenkuan bag and put it on the tea table. However, it was not a potential elixir, but a Juku yellow dragon elixir. Chapter 1962. Shangguan Qiu held the Juku yellow dragon pill and looked at it over and over again. Her eyes were full of surprise. It had 5 elixir veins. Most importantly, she had never seen this medicinal pill before. Fire Lotus frowned and asked secretly, "Qin Dage, is this appropriate? I've thought about it. Even if I successfully enter the 9th Heaven Palace, the soul stones I get are far from enough, so I have to think of another way. Pills like the potential elixir are undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. Compared to the potential elixir, the Juku yellow dragon pill is slightly inferior, so it shouldn't cause too much trouble. Of course, there's another reason why I'm doing this." Qin Feiyang explained. "What is it?" Fire Lotus was puzzled. The demon ancestor, Dong Zhengyang, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing entered the ancient world before us. I wonder where they are now. So I want to use the Juku yellow dragon pill to lure them out. Similarly, I'm using the name Jiang Haotian to lure them out. Because they all know that I've used this name before. Qin Feiyang thought. I see. Fire Lotus was enlightened. Shangguan Qiu thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what kind of pill it was. So she looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Young master, what is this pill called? What are its effects?" The Juku yellow dragon pill can increase the cultivation of battle kings and battle emperors. The more elixir veins there are, the higher the cultivation level. For example, the Juku yellow dragon pill in your hand has 5 elixir veins, so it can increase the cultivation level by 4 levels at once. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? Shangguan Qiu was stunned and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. She asked, "Young master, you're not fooling me, are you?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said unhappily, "Miss, you're being too serious. I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense in the treasure pavilion. Young master, don't be angry. I was also too shocked, that's why I had my suspicions. That's because I've never heard of such a medicinal pill before." Shangguan Qiu hurriedly explained. Qin Feiyang said, "In that case, miss, you can try it out first." "All right. I'll arrange it right away. If what young master said is true, I will personally go and talk to young master." Shangguan Qiu said. "Then I'll wait for the good news. However, only you and I know about this." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I understand." Shangguan Qiu nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and quickly left with Fire Lotus. Sitting alone in the private room, Shangguan Qiu looked at the 9 tunes yellow dragon pill in disbelief. If this pill was really able to improve the cultivation of Battle Emperor and Battle Emperor, it would be extremely valuable. Wait a minute. A moment later, Shangguan Qiu suddenly thought of something. He quickly got up and ran outside. However, he did not see Qin Feiyang after he ran out of the treasure hall. What a fool. I didn't establish a contract with him. She stood at the entrance of the treasure hall and slapped her forehead angrily. "Steward, what's wrong with you?" The guards at the door looked at her in confusion. "Nothing." Shangguan Qiu waved his hand and turned to enter the treasure hall. However, he suddenly stepped back and looked at the 2 guards. "In the future, if Jiang Haotian comes to the treasure hall, you must treat him well and inform me immediately." "Jiang Haotian?" The 2 guards were confused. Shangguan Qiu said, "The one who cheated Feng Zijuan a few days ago." "Got it." The 2 guards nodded. Shangguan Qiu also left in a hurry. The Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang stood against the wind and looked at the image in the void with a smile on his face. At the side, Hua Lian had a face full of suspicion. After leaving the treasure hall, they found a dark alley and entered the Black Tortoise World. Then, they returned to the treasure hall. Therefore, they both saw Shangguan Qiu chasing after them. Fire Lotus looked away and asked in confusion, "Qin Dage, why didn't you establish a contract with her?" "Girl, this is the trick." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Trick?" Fire Lotus was stunned. "That's right. There's a saying that goes, what you don't get is the most precious. What you get too easily will not be cherished. In short, when dealing with a shrewd person like Shangguan Qiu, you must seize the initiative." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I see." Fire Lotus smiled in realization. "You're waiting for her to come to you. Correct?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed. Qin Dage, I feel more and more that you're too scary. Scary? How so? Is there anyone kinder than me in this world? Qin Feiyang laughed and controlled the black tortoise realm, silently flying out of the city. How narcissistic. Fire Lotus shook her head, but there was a trace of a smile on her face. Although this man's actions were unpredictable, it was undeniable that he was really good to the people around him. Take her for example. If it was someone else, who was not related to her, would he be so kind to help her? Obviously not. Therefore, in comparison, this man was really outstanding. Just as Fire Lotus's imagination was running wild, Qin Feiyang controlled the black tortoise realm and took out the image crystal. Buzz. A fiery red shadow appeared. When Huoyi saw Qin Feiyang, he teased, "Brother Jiang, you're in the limelight at the treasure pavilion again today." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and asked, "Are you still at the Jade Zither pavilion?" "Yes. I've been waiting for you to come here for a drink, but you didn't come." "I'm a little sad," Huoyi said with a look of dissatisfaction. "Let's talk about it after drinking. The Black Dragon Lake you mentioned last time, where is it in the Sky Dragon mountain range? Can you give me the coordinates?" Qin Feiyang said. Huoyi was stunned and asked suspiciously, "You're going to the Black Dragon Lake now? Let's go and take a look." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You." Huoyi shook his head and straightforwardly gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. "Thanks." Qin Feiyang thanked him and was about to turn off the image crystal. "Wait. Is there any movement from Feng Yuan and Ji Yong recently?" Huoyi asked. "Nope." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Huoyi frowned and said, "I haven't seen any suspicious people in the past few days. What are they thinking? I don't believe that they will give up. They're not so kind people. This is just the calm before the storm." Qin Feiyang said. "Then you have to be careful," Huoyi warned. "You too." Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the image crystal. While they were talking, the Black Tortoise world had already left Sky Dragon City and entered the mountains. Qin Feiyang saw that there was no one around and took Fire Lotus and left the Black Tortoise world. He opened an altar and jumped up. Swish. Soon. The two of them arrived above a lake. The lake was dozens of miles in size and surrounded by steep mountains. The aura of berserk beasts was countless. However, the two of them didn't sense any berserk beast aura in the lake below. The lake was as clear as a mirror. The night breeze blew past, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. "Qin Dage, although I didn't sense any berserk beast aura in the lake, I have a feeling that there is a pair of eyes watching us," Fire Lotus said in a deep voice. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "En." Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang scanned the surface of the lake. His dark eyes flickered with wisps of light. If Fire Lotus's feeling was right, then it was very likely to be the Black Dragon. In other words, there was no need to hide now. Boom. With that thought, his divine sense emerged from the top of his head and rushed towards the lake. Splash. However, before Qin Feiyang's divine sense entered the lake, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake. Following closely, a terrifying dragon aura rushed into the sky like a volcanic eruption. "This is the aura of a half-step divine lord." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. What Huoyi said was true. This black dragon had the cultivation of a half-step divine lord. Roar. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a black dragon rushed out of the water and stopped in front of Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. "It's really a black dragon." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. The black dragon in front of him was more than 10,000 feet long. Its scales were dense, like a majestic mountain range. Its eyes were as big as a dustpan, flashing with an astonishing ominous light. The black dragon stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Human, what are you looking for by releasing your divine sense?" The voice was like a bell, shaking Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. "I'm looking for you." Qin Feiyang laughed. The ominous light in the black dragon's eyes became stronger and stronger. "What are you looking for this emperor for? Do you want this emperor to be your mount? Or do you want this emperor's blood essence? Don't misunderstand." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm here to confirm something with you." Confirm something? The black dragon was stunned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the flame god power emerged, condensing into a figure. This person was Huoyi. Fire Lotus was puzzled. Qin Dage, what do you mean by this? Huoyi has the black dragon's blood, which means he fought with the black dragon. But you also saw that Huoyi is only a war god at the great success stage, and the black dragon is a half-step divine lord. A war god at the great success stage can actually obtain dragon blood from a half-step divine lord black dragon. Don't you think it's strange? Qin Feiyang thought. Fire Lotus was stunned. So this is your purpose in coming to the Black Dragon Lake? Yes. The feeling Huoyi gives me is too special. It's familiar yet strange, so I want to understand his true strength. Qin Feiyang transmitted. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang noticed that the black dragon looked at Huoyi's figure with eyes full of fear and anger. Qin Feiyang said, I want to know his strength. You know him? The black dragon didn't answer. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The black dragon asked again, then what is your relationship with him? We can be considered friends. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, friends, the black dragon murmured. Suddenly, his ferocious nature erupted. He raised his giant tail high and smashed it towards Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus like lightning. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He quickly pushed Fire Lotus away with a palm and punched out. The power of the divine dragon surged out. Bang! Catcher! The giant tail and the fist collided. A world-destroying aura swept out in all directions like a tide. The surrounding mountains collapsed and the void shattered. Puff! At the same time, Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood. The skin on his arm was lacerated. His entire body was like a meteor as he smashed into the lake below. Chapter 1963. Qin Dage. Fire Lotus's expression changed as she looked down and shouted, You greedy, stupid, despicable humans, don't even think about escaping today. The black dragon roared angrily as it raised its tail again and charged towards Fire Lotus. You dare to hurt Qin Dage, you're courting death. Fire Lotus's hair fluttered in the wind, her eyes were cold and her body emitted a murderous aura. Shua. She took a step back and the power of the dead surged out like a tide towards the black dragon. What kind of divine power is this? The black dragon's pupils contracted. This divine power was actually able to ignore the defenses of the physical body and head straight for its sea of consciousness. I want you to die. Fire Lotus shouted coldly. You! A trace of disdain appeared in the black dragon's eyes as it roared and attacked the power of the dead. The power of the dead was immediately shattered. Fire Lotus's body trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. After all, the black dragon was too strong. And Fire Lotus was only an early-stage war god. No matter how strong her power of the dead was, it was impossible for her to hurt the black dragon. Ant, who will die? The black dragon's eyes were filled with murderous intent as its tail roared through the air and charged towards Fire Lotus. You dare to hurt her. But at this moment, a furious roar exploded in the lake. Following closely, a murderous aura rushed out of the lake like a volcano erupting. What? The black dragon looked at the lake in shock. It thought that this human had already died at the bottom of the lake, but it didn't expect him to still be alive. Huala! A huge wave rose up. Qin Feiyang held a blood-red sword as he charged out of the huge wave. His body was filled with murderous intent as he slashed towards the giant tail. What kind of divine weapon is this? The murderous aura is so terrifying. The black dragon's pupils contracted as divine power surged from its giant tail. With a deafening sound of wind and thunder, it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and didn't dodge. Clang! The blood-red sword struck the giant tail and sparks flew everywhere. The next moment, the dragon scales on the giant tail were shattered into pieces. Immediately after, with a painful cry, the dragon's tail was cut off on the spot. Voila! Dragon blood poured out like a waterfall and dyed the void red. How is this possible? The black dragon fled into the distance and stared in shock at the blood-colored sword in Qin Feiyang's hand. Fire Lotus flew to Qin Feiyang's side and asked with concern, Qin Dage, are you alright? I'm fine. Why are you so impulsive? Qin Feiyang looked at her with dissatisfaction. I'm just angry. We're not here to take its divine soul. Why would it want to kill us? Fire Lotus said unhappily. What? You want to take this emperor's divine soul? Black Dragon angrily said. I did have that thought. However, every mystical dragon is extremely rare. I really can't bear to see them like this. But now, I've changed my mind. Today, I must take your divine soul. Because you've provoked me. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with blood-red light. The black dragon god panicked and said angrily, if you have the ability, put down the divine artifact in your hand. Divine artifact. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said jokingly, if you have the ability, why don't you suppress your cultivation to the level of an early-stage war god? Okay. The black dragon agreed without hesitation and its cultivation rapidly plummeted. However, in the blink of an eye, it stabilized at the level of an early-stage war god. Aya! Qin Feiyang was surprised. He actually did that. Wasn't this guy a little too confident? Qin Feiyang also waved his hand and the blood-red sword dissipated. Dissipated? Is it not a divine artifact? The black dragon's eyes widened. Qin Feiyang swallowed a healing pill and snorted, stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Swish. He took a step forward with an imposing aura. Wait. The black dragon's eyes widened again. It finally noticed the purple-golden dragon blood on Qin Feiyang's body. How could a human have dragon blood? What the hell? However, Qin Feiyang ignored it and slapped the black dragon's body. Roar. The black dragon let out a cry and its huge body was sent flying into the mountains outside the lake. Boom. The giant mountains crumbled immediately. The earth also sank and a deafening rumble sounded like thunder. Bastard, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? The black dragon got up and rushed into the sky and roared angrily. I told you, stop talking nonsense. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Okay. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The black dragon was furious. Its divine power turned into a giant wave that covered the sky and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. The corners of Qin Feiyang's lips curled up, and the divine dragon force formed by the purple-gold dragon chi surged out in all directions. Boom. The black dragon's divine power was instantly annihilated. What? The purple-golden dragon energy. The black dragon was dumbfounded again. Who was this person? Not only did he have the purple-golden dragon blood, but he also had the true purple-golden dragon energy. Could it be that he was not a human but a purple-golden dragon? Just as the black dragon was stunned, the purple-golden dragon energy roared out and drowned it. Ah! A scream suddenly resounded through the night sky. The dragon scales on the black dragon's body cracked and shattered one by one. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon's entire body was badly mutilated. Boom. But suddenly, the black dragon's aura was fully released. Its cultivation instantly soared to a half-step divine lord. Then, that huge body directly crushed over. The power of the purple-gold divine dragon immediately crumbled and ceased to exist. At the same time, a wisp of divine power flashed across the sky like lightning and swept towards Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. It was a critical moment. Qin Feiyang's body tilted and that wisp of divine power immediately swept past his waist and tore a large piece of flesh. However, his lower abdomen and qi had escaped. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the wound on his waist, then raised his head and glared at the black dragon angrily. Do you want to say that I'm despicable? Hee. You're more despicable than me. The black dragon sneered. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The black dragon said, the dignified purple-golden dragon actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, pretending to be a lowly human. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Did this black dragon think that his real body was the purple-golden dragon? The purple-golden dragon blood, the purple-golden dragon energy, aren't these the best proof? You still don't admit it. The black dragon said angrily. Fine. As you said, I'm the purple-golden dragon. Qin Feiyang grinned and teleported in front of the black dragon. Bastard, you still won't stop. The black dragon roared and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang with an earth-shattering force. Give me a taste of my own medicine. Qin Feiyang slapped out with his palm, golden light surging from his palm. Boom. After a short stalemate, the dragon breath turned in the air and instantly drowned the black dragon. At that moment, the black dragon screamed. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. When the dragon breath dissipated, the black dragon was already on the verge of death. Qin Feiyang walked in front of the black dragon and said indifferently, "Half-step Divine Lord, is only SOSO. What the hell is going on?" The black dragon looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. "Half-step Divine Lord, although you haven't truly reached the Divine Lord realm, you're already not comparable to a war god. Normally speaking, with my cultivation, no matter how powerful the divine arts I have mastered, it's impossible for me to pose a threat to you. It's even more impossible for me to seriously injure you. But unfortunately, the divine arts I have mastered can ignore the barrier of the major realm." Qin Feiyang sneered. Ignore the barrier of the major realm. Hearing this, the black dragon's heart was in turmoil. There was actually such a divine art in the world. "Are you convinced?" Qin Feiyang asked. "No. This emperor hasn't activated his battle soul yet. If you have the ability, wait for this emperor to recover from his injuries and fight again," the black dragon said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, "For a defeated opponent, I don't want to waste any more time." The black dragon was stunned for a moment, then immediately burned with anger and roared, "Bastard, is there a need to humiliate this emperor like this? This is the truth, how can it be called humiliation?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The black dragon was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "This emperor's skills are inferior, I admit defeat. If you want to kill me, then come. You have quite a backbone." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Humph." The black dragon snorted from his nose, closed his eyes, and quietly waited for death. But after waiting for a while, he didn't hear Qin Feiyang's movements, so he opened his eyes suspiciously. When he saw Qin Feiyang at this time, he was stunned. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was crossing his arms in front of his chest, and he had no intention of killing him. "Didn't you want to take this emperor's divine soul? Why don't you do it?" The black dragon raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I changed my mind again, can't I?" "You really change your mind? Then tell me, what do you want to do?" the black dragon asked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Huiyi's shadow appeared again. The black dragon's eyes surged with anger. Qin Feiyang said, "His strength, how is it?" The black dragon frowned and said, "Aren't you his friend? You still don't know? I ask, you answer. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, then I will really take your divine soul." Qin Feiyang said. The black dragon's pupils shrank and said, "This person's cultivation is the same as yours, a low-level war god, but his methods are very terrifying, not inferior to yours." "Not inferior to me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Yes. Half a month ago, he accidentally came here and discovered this emperor's existence. At that time, seeing that he was only a low-level war god, this emperor didn't take him seriously. But after fighting with him, this emperor found out that he was a bastard who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger." The black dragon gritted his teeth and said, "What did he do to you to make you hate him so much?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Although he didn't kill this emperor, he plundered this emperor's treasures. Those treasures were all painstakingly accumulated by this emperor. He didn't even leave a copper coin for this emperor. Don't you think is too much? The black dragon roared angrily. "Ah!" Qin Feiyang was stunned. So it was for the treasures. Fire Lotus walked over, looked at the black dragon and asked, "Then do you know his identity?" "I don't know. If I knew, this emperor would have already dug up the graves of his 19 generations of ancestors." The black dragon coldly snorted. Fire Lotus couldn't help but bitterly smile. How much did he hate Huiyi to say such ruthless words? The black dragon said, "In short, if you're not familiar with him, then you have to be careful of him." Qin Feiyang thoughtfully thought for a while and said with a smile, "Thank you for the reminder. There's one more question. Where can I find the Reaper's Fruit and Ghostwood in this Heavenly Dragon mountain range? Reaper's Fruit. Ghostwood. The black dragon was slightly stunned, looked around and said in a low voice, Heavenly Dragon mountain range doesn't have it, but there's definitely a place that has it. Where? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. Chapter 1964. The black dragon looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. Even if I tell you, you might not dare to enter this place. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He asked suspiciously, is that so? Of course. This place is Nine Heaven Palace, the black dragon said. Nine Heaven Palace? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. There's a cemetery in Nine Heaven Palace. Inside the cemetery are buried the dead of Nine Heaven Palace. There's 100% death god fruit and yin soul wood. However, the cemetery is the biggest forbidden area of Nine Heaven Palace. Not only are there super experts guarding it, but there's also an indestructible barrier. Apart from the palace masters, no one can enter the cemetery. The black dragon said. Nine Heaven Palace, cemetery. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and frowned. How do you know so much? Many disciples of Nine Heaven Palace come here to train every day, so it's not hard to know the situation of Nine Heaven Palace. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he turned to look at the Fire Lotus and said with a smile, let's go. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. Wait. The black dragon was stunned. You really won't kill this emperor? Why? Do you want to die? Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at the black dragon playfully. No, no, no. This emperor is just surprised. The black dragon hurriedly waved its claws. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out an altar. Wait a while. This emperor wants to ask, where is the purple gold divine dragon clan's land? How many clansmen do you have? The black dragon hurriedly asked. You really think I'm a purple gold divine dragon? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Reviving the altar, he said without turning his head, don't tell anyone about what happened today, especially the purple gold divine dragon blood and purple gold divine dragon force. Understood, understood. Your purple gold divine dragon clan must be plotting something? Black dragon chuckled. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, jumped onto the teleportation altar with the Fire Lotus, and soon disappeared without a trace. I had originally thought that the purple gold divine dragon was only a legend. Never would I have imagined that the purple gold divine dragon actually existed in this world. It seems that there is hope for us dragons to rise again. The black dragon chuckled and entered the lake, disappearing without a trace. Just as Qin Feiyang and the black dragon disappeared, a young man in fiery clothes walked out of the forest in the distance. That was right. This person was Huoyi. Purple gold dragon blood, the power of the purple gold divine dragon, Qin Dage, surnamed Qin. Is there such a coincidence in this world? It seems like my guess is right. This matter is getting more and more interesting, Huoyi whispered to himself. A meaningful smile appeared in his eyes. Then, he opened an altar and vanished from sight. Early the next morning, Wang. Inside the castle. Qin Feiyang's image crystal vibrated. Qin Feiyang awoke from his cultivation and took out the image crystal. Two illusory figures appeared. They were Gongzi Feng and Jiao Xiaolong. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then he teased, your relationship is developing very quickly. Feng Zijuan smiled. In the past, it was the Dragon King's temple. We didn't recognize each other. Jiao Xiaolong was also full of smiles. Moreover, when he looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes were filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang pulling the strings, a small character like him wouldn't be able to walk together with someone like Gongzi Feng. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, is there something you need from me? Gongzi Feng said, the higher-ups have decided to officially start the disciple recruitment tomorrow. Tomorrow, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The registration location will be set at the central square of Sky Dragon City. There are 3 days to register. The official test will be held on the 4th day. Gongzi Feng said. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, what is the content of the test? The content of the test will only be announced on the day of the official test. This is to prevent people from cheating. However, don't worry. We will think of a way to find out in advance. Gongzi Feng said. Can you do it? Qin Feiyang had a doubtful attitude. Jiao Xiaolong smiled. Big brother Jiang, I definitely can't do it. However, senior brother Jun can definitely do it. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang was curious. Because the chief examiner of this test is senior brother Jun's father. Jiao Xiaolong said. I see. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and smiled. Jiao Xiaolong, you should leave first. I have something to discuss with Gongzi Feng in private. Jiao Xiaolong was stunned. What was it that Gongzi Feng couldn't let him know? However, he was also a tactful person. He didn't ask much and turned to leave. Gongzi Feng looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and said, Big brother Jiang, what are you trying to say? Qin Feiyang asked, Does Jiao Xiaolong know about your matter? Yes. Gongzi Feng nodded. How did he know? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Gongzi Feng said helplessly, Isn't it because of you, big brother Jiang? Me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. I heard from Jiao Xiaolong that his sister Jiao Xiaohui has been with you. Jiao Xiaohui was the one who told him about this matter. Gongzi Feng said. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that after saving Jiao Xiaolong, he did indeed talk to Fire Lotus about Gongzi Feng being an illegitimate child in front of Jiao Xiaohui. It's my fault. Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. It's nothing. It will be exposed sooner or later anyway. Gongzi Feng shook his head. Although the chief examiner is your father, based on your relationship with your father, are you confident that you can find out the contents of the examination from him? Qin Feiyang asked. Gongzi Feng smiled confidently and said, I'm confident about this. What I mean is that there are some things that you should try not to do personally. Let Jiao Xiaolong do it. After all, he is different from you. Even if he makes some mistakes, it won't bring about a fatal disaster. Qin Feiyang said. Gongzi Feng was touched and cupped his hands. Thank you for your concern, big brother Jiang. I will be careful. All right then. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. He put away the image crystal and lowered his head, deep in thought. Fire Lotus glanced at the mermaid princess and the others, then looked at Qin Feiyang and whispered, Qin Dage, I'm afraid this matter is not simple. The mermaid princess and the others were cultivating, so she did not want to disturb them. I think so too. Nine Heavens Palace has as many experts as the clouds. Why did they let Gongzi Feng's father be the chief examiner? Looks like the examination won't go smoothly. Qin Feiyang muttered, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Outside. On the same day, the news of Nine Heavens Palace's disciple recruitment spread quickly in Sky Dragon City. The northern region was very big and many big things happened every day. But compared to the Nine Heavens Palace's disciple recruitment, other so-called big things were insignificant. In the evening. In the entire northern region, whether it was big or small towns or remote villages, almost all received the news. Without any suspense. Many people rushed to Sky Dragon City at the first moment. As batch after batch of people poured into the city, the originally bustling Sky Dragon City became even livelier. On the morning of the second day, Sky Dragon City's big and small restaurants were packed with people. Even if they had money, they couldn't find a place to stay. Therefore, the people who came later all gathered outside the city. Because there was no more space in the city. On the third day, the plains outside the city were filled with people. Do you know who this year's chief examiner is? Do you know what the examination is about? Every year, it is only announced on the day of the examination, who knows? But what is certain is that many people will die today. Yeah. Although Nine Heavens Palace is a cultivation holy land, the contents of the examination over the years are too cruel. Without the blessing of the Goddess of Victory, it is impossible to become a disciple of Nine Heavens Palace. If that is the case, then why did you come here? To join in the fun and broaden my horizons. Everyone gathered in twos and threes and discussed. Central Plaza. It was located at the center of Sky Dragon City, not far from the Treasure Pavilion and Jade Zither Pavilion. This place was more crowded than the other places. In the center of the plaza stood a dozen tall and sturdy men. They all looked middle-aged and wore black clothes. Each of them was more than 2 meters tall, like a small mountain, emitting a shocking pressure. The clothes on their chests were engraved with a flame pattern of a small sword. That's right. They were all members of Nine Heavens Palace's Law Enforcement Hall. The dozen of them formed a circle. On one hand, they were there to maintain order, and on the other hand, they were there to protect a white-haired old woman. The white-haired old woman sat on a chair, her old eyes bright. In front of her was a desk, and on the desk was a yin and yang ring. For every person who came forward to register, the white-haired old woman would take out a black token from the yin and yang ring and record their name and cultivation on it. Then, the old woman would hand the token to the person who registered. Soon, it was the 3rd day of registration. It was also the last day. In these 3 days, other than the people who registered, there was one person who guarded the plaza all day. This person was a middle-aged man. His cultivation was not bad. He was a peak divine warrior. For the past 3 days, he had been standing outside the square, looking around as if he was looking for someone. Time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. 5 young men and women were walking on the street, talking and laughing. There were 2 men and 3 women. Of the 2 young men, one was wearing a snow-white robe, his temperament was otherworldly. The other was wearing a flaming robe, his fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, his entire person was like a ball of fire. That's right. The 2 of them were Qin Feiyang and Hue Yi. Of the 3 women beside them, one was wearing a mask, wearing a light yellow dress, her black hair fluttering in the wind, looking somewhat mysterious. This person was Fire Lotus without a doubt. The other 2 women were both wearing light golden long dresses. They were tall and slender, and had a graceful bearing. Moreover, they all had a devastatingly beautiful face. But the difference was that the woman on the left had a head of wavy golden hair, like a waterfall, extremely dazzling. In front of outsiders, she was like a goddess, sacred and inviolable. However, in front of Qin Feiyang, she showed a timid side, firmly holding onto Qin Feiyang's hand, her face glowing with happiness. There was no suspense. The only person who could be so close to Qin Feiyang was naturally the mermaid princess, and the woman on the right gave off a noble aura. Her dark eyes were like black gems, crystal clear, without any impurities. With her peerless beauty and exquisite figure, no matter where she went, she would attract a lot of stunned gazes. That's right. She was Qin Rushuang. Every frown, every smile, every movement, exuded endless charm. Literature Center. Chapter 1965. Hue Yi glanced at the mermaid princess and Qin Rushuang, and then at Fire Lotus. He shook his head and smiled. Brother Jiang, I really envy you. Envy me for what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Isn't that obvious? Look at the 3 beside you. Which one of them isn't a peerless beauty? Look at the men around you. They look like pigs, and their eyes look like they can't wait to kill you. Hue Yi said. Qin Feiyang heard him and scanned the crowd around him. Sure enough, basically all the men were glaring at him fiercely, as if they hated him for stealing their wives. And along the way, there were people who came to hit on him from time to time. Actually, I'm also helpless. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Hue Yi's face twitched. He was speechless. You're helpless. Why don't you give them all to me? This guy really didn't know how lucky he was. Give them to you? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He rolled his eyes, pointed at Qin Rushuang, and smiled playfully. Okay, I'll give them to you. Hue Yi glanced at Qin Rushuang, his eyes full of amazement. What are you looking at? Qin Rushuang raised her eyebrows. Hue Yi laughed. I'm not blind. Beautiful women, of course, I have to take a few more glances. Is that so? Then tell me, how beautiful am I? Qin Rushuang smiled charmingly, full of charm. Qin Feiyang saw this and immediately took the mermaid princess and Fire Lotus back a few steps, keeping a distance from Hue Yi. Hue Yi looked at Qin Rushuang, stunned. But he didn't know that there was a cold light in Qin Rushuang's eyes. Suddenly, Qin Rushuang grabbed Hue Yi's hand and screamed with a pale face, "Molester!" Whoosh! At that moment, a large number of angry eyes were fiercely directed at Hue Yi. Hue Yi was also stunned. What kind of drama was this? Bastard, how dare you act like a hooligan on the street? You're courting death. Beat him up. Then. Amidst the angry roars, Huoyi was surrounded. Those people were truly ruthless. It was as if they had a vendetta against Huoyi for killing their father. They were punching and kicking him. Actually, many people knew that the two of them knew each other because they were talking and laughing before. But in front of a beauty, they couldn't care less. Qin Rushuang retreated to the side of Qin Feiyang and the others. As she watched Huoyi get beaten up, her face was filled with schadenfreude. The most terrifying thing in the world is indeed women. Qin Feiyang glanced at Huoyi and looked at him with sympathy. Miss, are you satisfied? Should we continue? A moment later, the group of men whose minds had been blinded by lust turned to look at Qin Rushuang ingratiatingly. Thank you for upholding justice for this little girl. Qin Rushuang said coquettishly. No need, no need. Acting bravely for a just cause is what a man should do. Miss, may I get to know you? I'm Zhong San. I'm Li Sai. My name is Liu Wu. The group immediately surrounded Qin Rushuang. What do you want? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stood in front of Qin Rushuang. Kid, who are you? You'd better mind your own business. At that moment, the group of people stared fiercely at Qin Feiyang. He's my brother. Everyone, be more polite. Qin Rushuang giggled. So, he's the girl's brother. I'm sorry, brother-in-law. No, I'm sorry, brother. I've offended you, please forgive me. Everyone's expression instantly changed. They looked at Qin Feiyang with a fawning expression. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. In fact, when he left the castle, when Qin Rushuang and the mermaid princess told him that they also wanted to sign up for the assessment, he firmly opposed it. Because he was worried that such a thing would happen. Unfortunately, his opposition was useless. Not to mention the mermaid princess, just Qin Rushuang, who was at the level of a great-grandmother, he dared to be presumptuous. Disperse. I still have to sign up. I'm not in the mood to mess around with you. Qin Feiyang glanced at those who were trying to curry favor and waved his hand helplessly. A purple-clothed youth said, So, brother-in-law, what did you say? Qin Feiyang glared at him. No, it was a slip of the tongue. The purple-clothed youth quickly waved his hand and changed his words. So, brother, you also want to sign up for the assessment. How about this? I happen to be free, I'll lead the way. No need, I know where to go. Qin Feiyang held back his temper and said. The purple-clothed youth laughed. Don't be so polite. That's right. We're all family. Don't be so polite. The others also followed suit. Jiang Haotian, your sister caused me to be like this. How are you going to compensate me for my loss? Suddenly, Huoyi jumped out of the crowd and roared at Qin Feiyang. What? His Jiang Haotian. The fierce man who cheated Feng Zijuan? I heard that now, when he opened his mouth in the auction house, the whole audience was dead silent. No one dared to compete with him. The crowd suddenly became restless. So it's brother Jiang. I'm sorry to disturb you. The purple-clothed youth came back to his senses and without hesitation, he immediately turned and ran. The others also dispersed in an uproar. In their eyes, there was fear that couldn't be dispelled. Qin Feiyang looked at those people in amazement. Was his reputation now so big? Jiang Haotian, I'm not joking. You have to give me a satisfactory explanation. Huoyi stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang looked at Huoyi and couldn't help but laugh. Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus also held back their cheeks until they were red. At this moment, Huoyi's head was bulging with several big bumps. His clothes were also torn and his body was full of bruises. Especially his eyes, they were like two panda eyes. He looked extremely miserable. You're still laughing? What did I do wrong to suffer like this? Huoyi felt wronged. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and stepped forward to pat Huoyi's shoulder. He shook his head and sighed. To be honest, you asked for it. After saying that, he pulled Mermaid Princess and walked forward without looking back. I asked for it. Huoyi pointed at his nose with a dumbfounded expression. Qin Rushuang glanced at Huoyi indifferently and also left. What do you mean? Did I offend her in some way? Huoyi looked at Qin Rushuang's back and looked at Fire Lotus, who was secretly laughing, and asked. Fire Lotus moved closer to Huoyi's ear and laughed softly. Do you still remember what you said at the Jade Zither Tower? Jade Zither Tower? Huoyi was stunned and asked suspiciously, what did I say? You forgot so quickly. Let me remind you. At that time, you said that a certain woman was an old woman. Fire Lotus chuckled and turned to chase after Qin Feiyang and the other two. Old woman? Did I say something like that? I don't think so. Huoyi scratched his head, his face full of suspicion. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He quivered and looked up at Qin Rushuang's back. Could she be that woman who could play the zither and was at the level of a great-grandmother? How is this possible, great-grandmother and so young? So beautiful? Huoyi stood there in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Brother Hue, if you don't hurry up, the people from Empyrean Palace might have to pack up. Qin Feiyang's voice rang out. Huoyi came back to his senses and shook his head with a bitter smile. Trouble comes from careless talk. How could he have thought that a casual sentence would cause him to suffer like this? His Jiang Haotian. So he's also preparing to enter Empyrean Palace. Looks like we'll have another formidable opponent this time. It doesn't matter if he's a formidable opponent. What annoys me the most is that he has such a beautiful woman by his side. And there's more than one. Gosh, it's really a few fresh flowers inserted in a pile of cow dung. After knowing Qin Feiyang's identity, no one dared to come and harass him. However, they all had a look of righteous indignation. Soon, the central square entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. At this moment, there were many young talents in the square. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament. After hearing the commotion, they all turned their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He's actually here too. Many people couldn't help but frown. He's finally here. And the middle-aged man who had been squatting outside the square looked at Qin Feiyang, muttered in a low voice, and immediately turned and disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 1966. When Qin Feiyang and the others entered the square, everyone stepped back and made a path for them. Huoyi said, Brother Jiang, you have to thank Feng Zijuan for your current fame. Yes, I have to thank him. Qin Feiyang snickered. He had become famous by stepping on Feng Zijuan's shoulder. Otherwise, who would recognize a small figure like him? However, the dozen or so enforcers in the middle of the square didn't even look at Qin Feiyang and the others. The old man in white sat at the table with his head lowered. He didn't react at all. After all, their statuses were different. In their eyes, Qin Feiyang and Feng Zijuan's matter was simply a small squabble, not worth mentioning. The five of them walked to the table. The old man in white didn't raise his head. He took out a black token from his yin and yang ring and said, Name, Cultivation. Jiang Haotian, Initial Stage God of War. Qin Feiyang stood at the front and looked at the old man in white. The old man in white waved his hand and a ray of light shot into the token. Then, he threw the token to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the token and looked at the old man in white suspiciously. Seeing that the old man didn't want to explain, he pulled the mermaid princess to the side. Why are you pulling me? Mermaid princess thought. You can't enter Jotian Palace. Qin Feiyang thought. Why? Mermaid princess didn't understand. Didn't you see those guys before? They saw you as a piece of cake. Qin Feiyang snorted. Mermaid princess was dazed. Then, she smiled and said, Are you jealous? No. Qin Feiyang coughed and shook his head expressionlessly. If you're not jealous, why don't you let me enter Jotian Palace? Mermaid princess covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang looked embarrassed and said, Anyway, no matter what, I won't let you show your face outside. All right, all right, all right. The mermaid princess nodded helplessly. However, his heart was filled with happiness. Because the more Qin Feiyang behaved like this, the more it proved that he cared about her. Huoyi, Great Success War God. Huoyi was the second. Jiang Rushuang, New War God. Qin Rushuang was the third. Jiang Fire Lotus, War God Level 1. Fire Lotus was the fourth. The three of them also received a token each. 1 advanced stage War God, 2 low stage War Gods, and 1 beginner stage War God. Their cultivation isn't that great, but how dare they offend Feng Zijuan? Could it be that they really have some big shot backing them up? Everyone grumbled inwardly. Jiang Haotian. At this moment, a clear and crisp voice rang out. This voice, everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in white standing outside the square, panting as she looked at Qin Feiyang. There was also a trace of anger and grievance in his eyes. That was right. This person was Shangguan Qiu. The middle-aged man who had been squatting outside the square was sent by her. When the middle-aged man went back to report to her that Qin Feiyang finally appeared, she immediately ran over. She's also here for Jiang Haotian? But looking at her, she seems a bit angry. Did Jiang Haotian offend her somehow? Looks like there's going to be a good show. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang gloatingly. Shangguan Qiu was not only beautiful, but also powerful. Most importantly, she really had a backer. It could be said that almost no one in the younger generation of the entire northern region dared to offend her. Even the top monstrous geniuses of the Nine Heavens Palace had to be respectful to her. And Shangguan Qiu was indeed a bit angry now. These few days, she didn't even take a step out of the treasure house because she wanted to wait for Qin Feiyang. But this stinky man seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and never appeared again. She was even going crazy. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at Shangguan Qiu. Fire Lotus snickered. Qin Dage, your strategy of loosening the reins only to grasp them better is indeed effective. As expected. Qin Feiyang smiled. But just as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. He quickly turned his head and saw the mermaid princess glaring at him fiercely. Her little demonic claws were also clutching the flesh of his waist, refusing to let go. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang endured the pain and said to himself. The mermaid princess revealed a devilish smile and said to herself, not bad. It's only been a few days and you've already hooked up with a girl. It's a misunderstanding. Qin Feiyang quickly said to himself. Is it a misunderstanding? Then how do you explain the grievance on her face? The mermaid princess snorted coldly. I really didn't. Qin Feiyang felt bitter in his heart. There are many people here now, so I'll save you some face. When there's no one around, I'll interrogate you properly. The mermaid princess snorted and finally let go of her little demonic claws. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a headache coming. Then, he noticed that Hu Yi and the others were looking at him strangely. His expression suddenly became unnatural. Qin Dage, why are you and sister-in-law flirting with each other? Fire Lotus looked at the two suspiciously. Ahem. Qin Feiyang choked on his own saliva. Flirting with each other? It's clearly suffering, okay? Jiang Haotian, I'm calling you. Can't you hear me? Seeing that Qin Feiyang ignored him, Shangguan Qiu became angry again. There are still people waiting to register. If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave. The hoarse voice of the old man in white also sounded with a hint of displeasure. Yes. Qin Feiyang hurriedly responded. He turned around and pulled the mermaid princess toward Shangguan Qiu. Fire Lotus, so your brother is also a henpecked husband. Hu Yi glanced at the mermaid princess and laughed secretly. Henpecked husband? Fire Lotus was stunned. So what if I'm henpecked husband? It's still better than someone who has no one to control him. Qin Rushuang glanced at Hu Yi indifferently and left without looking back. Hu Yi was slightly stunned and cried out in grievance, who did I offend? Miss Shangguan, it's been a few days. How are you? Qin Feiyang walked out of the square and smiled at Shangguan Qiu. Don't laugh. Just looking at your face makes me angry. Shangguan Qiu snorted coldly. Did I offend you? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You didn't. You told me that before you gave me the elixir, you came to the treasure pavilion every day. But after you gave me the elixir, you disappeared. What do you mean by that? Shangguan Qiu said angrily. Elixir? Disappeared? What's going on? The people around looked at each other in confusion. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and said telepathically, "Miss, there are too many people here. Can we not talk about the elixir? I didn't say the name of the elixir. What are you afraid of?" Shangguan Qiu snorted inwardly and asked, "Tell me honestly, did you disappear on purpose?" "On purpose? How is that possible? I was busy." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Only a fool would believe you." Shangguan Qiu sneered and grabbed Qin Feiyang. "Let's go to the treasure pavilion and have a good talk." "What's going on?" Shangguan Qiu actually took the initiative to grab a man's hand. This is unprecedented. Could this be the legendary love triangle? Don't talk about it. It's possible. It's because Shangguan Qiu looked like he was wronged. I guess it's a relationship problem. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang, Shangguan Qiu, and the mermaid princess, dumbfounded. Shangguan Qiu was slightly stunned when she heard the discussion. Her cheeks flushed and she said angrily, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing, nothing." People waved their hands and their eyes became more and more ambiguous. At the same time, the mermaid princess's face became more and more unpleasant. She looked at Qin Feiyang with more and more hostility. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly shook off Shangguan Qiu and frowned. Some people just want to see the world in chaos. The more we explain, the more excited they become. "Let's go. It's all your fault." Shangguan Qiu stared at Qin Feiyang and took out an altar. The central square was not far from the treasure pavilion, but she could not stand such criticism. However, just as Shangguan Qiu was about to revive the altar, a sword light flashed across the sky and slashed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. People were shocked. What was going on? Qin Feiyang and the others were also shocked. Why would someone attack them? Preposterous. How dare you attack me? Shangguan Qiu came to her senses and was furious. She slapped the air and her divine power roared out. The sword light was instantly shattered. "Who is it?" Shangguan Qiu shouted and looked around. "It's me." A cold voice sounded. People looked toward the voice and saw a woman in red standing in the back of the crowd with a red battle sword in her hand. But she was wearing a mask, so they could not see her face. However, the eyes that were exposed flickered with a shocking cold light. Shangguan Qiu sized up the woman in red, his eyes full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang and the others were also confused. But when they saw the battle sword in the woman's hand, Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus's pupils shrank. "It's her. Who are you? Why did you attack us?" Shangguan Qiu raised his eyebrows. The woman in red did not answer. She walked toward them step by step. "You don't want to talk?" Shangguan Qiu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Wait." Qin Feiyang reached out and stopped Shangguan Qiu. "What?" Shangguan Qiu was suspicious. "She's here to kill me," Qin Feiyang said. "Kill you?" Shangguan Qiu was stunned. Qin Feiyang did not explain. He let go of the mermaid princess and stepped forward to face the woman in red. "We've been looking for you, but you came to Sky Dragon City without us knowing." The woman in red stared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said, "I didn't expect you to come to Sky Dragon City." "Why? Are you afraid that I'll see you?" The woman in red sneered. "I don't mean that." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then what do you mean? If you don't want to marry me, just say it. Why do you have to hide?" The woman in red shouted angrily. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused a huge uproar. "And they're in a four-way relationship. What's this guy doing? Why does he have so many women? But it also shows that he's not a good guy. Seducing one after another. This kind of person is a disgrace to us men. He's a scum. This is really annoying." People were discussing angrily. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. What's going on? Chapter 1967. Qin Feiyang looked at the lady in red and frowned. "Let's talk in private." "Afraid of embarrassing yourself?" "You're afraid, but I'm not. We have to make it clear in front of everyone today, so that everyone knows what kind of person you are." The lady in red laughed angrily. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Don't be unreasonable, okay? How dare you say I'm unreasonable? The lady in red was furious. She raised the battle sword in her hand and slashed towards Qin Feiyang. Boom! But at this moment, the old man in white sitting in the middle of the square suddenly released a powerful aura. He stared at Qin Feiyang and the others and shouted, "This is Sky Dragon City, no violence is allowed. If you have a grudge, go outside the city and settle it." Feeling the white-clothed old man's terrifying majesty, a trace of fear crept into the red-clothed woman's eyes. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. The aura of the old man in white had already surpassed that of a war god. Let's go outside the city." Shangguan Qiu waved his hand impatiently and opened a teleportation altar. Outside the city, in the sky above a forest, Qin Feiyang and the others appeared one after another. The lady in red also followed. Once she appeared, without saying anything, she slashed towards Qin Feiyang with the battle sword in her hand. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He teleported and dodged to the side. "Why are you dodging?" The lady in red was furious. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Some things are not as simple as you think." "Then tell me, how complicated is it?" The lady in red roared and waved her battle sword crazily. Qin Feiyang did not fight back, he kept dodging. Huoyi asked suspiciously, "Fire Lotus, who is she? Why does she hate Brother Jiang so much?" "It's a long story." Fire Lotus sighed deeply. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "She has lost her mind, let her calm down first." "Shut up. This is between us. What does it have to do with you?" The woman in red said angrily. Fire Lotus said, "Some things aren't as simple as you think." "It's not simple. He has so many women by his side. Even the manager of the treasure pavilion is his woman. How could he possibly fall for me?" The woman in red sneered. "When did I become his woman? Can you stop talking nonsense?" Shangguan Qiu said angrily. "What did this have to do with her? Why did she have to drag her into this? You do need to calm down." Qin Feiyang suddenly used the movement character art and landed behind the red-robed woman, slapping the back of her head with his palm. The woman in red fainted on the spot. The sword in his hand also flew out. So fast. Shangguan Qiu's pupils contracted. Even she had not been able to catch a glimpse of Qin Feiyang at that moment. In the meantime, Fire Lotus stepped forward and hugged the woman in red. She grabbed her sword and looked up at Qin Feiyang, asking, "What should we do?" "I don't know either." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then let's find a place to let her sleep for a while," Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus looked around and fixed her eyes on a mountain peak in the distance. She then flew toward the peak with the woman in red in her arms. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed and landed beside the mermaid princess. He looked at Huoyi and said with a smile, "Brother Hua, I have something to deal with. You go back to the Yuqin Tower first. We'll meet outside the city tomorrow morning." "Okay." Huoyi nodded and left alone. After Huoyi left, Shangguan Qiu looked back at Qin Feiyang and said, "Jiang Haotian, I've realized that anything related to you is not a good thing. I didn't ask you to come. You can leave now. I won't stop you." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "You." Shangguan Qiu stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang ignored him. He grabbed the mermaid princess's hand and said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong. She came to me because she has business to discuss. But it seems that we can't talk about it now." "Who said we can't talk about it?" Shangguan Qiu said hurriedly, "Tell me, how many divine gems do you need to sell me the formula of the Juku Yellow Dragon Elixir?" "Divine gems?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a smile, "Steward, are you sure? How can the formula of this elixir be bought with divine gems? Besides, I don't plan to sell it to you." Shangguan Qiu frowned and said, "If you don't want to sell it, why did you give me the elixir?" Qin Feiyang said, "I gave you the elixir to let you know the value of this elixir. I believe you've tried it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me in person." "Yes. I've tried it. It's exactly as you said." Shangguan Qiu nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "In that case, as a shrewd businessman, you should know that it's impossible for me to sell you the formula." "Then tell me, what's your plan?" Shangguan Qiu asked. Her face was full of disappointment. In fact, she had expected that it would be impossible to get the formula. However, the formula of this elixir was too tempting. Therefore, she had a glimmer of hope. Now that her hope was dashed, she could only settle for the next best thing. My plan, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, actually, I'm very easy to satisfy. Let's work together. Work together? Shangguan Qiu frowned. Yes. We'll work together and share the benefits equally. Qin Feiyang said. If that's the case, it'll involve a lot of problems. How are we going to split the benefits? Who will provide the herbs? Also, if you don't want divine gems, what do you want? Wait. Shangguan Qiu said. Qin Feiyang said, I don't care about divine gems. I want soul stones. Soul stones. Shangguan Qiu raised his eyebrows immediately. I know that the treasure school doesn't use soul stones for transactions. However, if you want to work with me, you have to use soul stones. There's no room for negotiation. Qin Feiyang said. You're going too far. Shangguan Qiu was very dissatisfied. Then forget it. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Shangguan Qiu was quite angry. Young Master Jiang, you have to think carefully. If you leave the treasure school, even if you have the formula, it's not worth much. Is that so? Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't you know? The treasure school has branches in all the big and small towns in the entire northern region. In other words, the resources of the northern region are basically under the control of the treasure school. As long as the treasure school says the word, no one will sell you the herbs. Without the herbs, what's the value of your Juku Yellow Dragon elixir? Shangguan Qiu joked. From the beginning, she realized that she was in a passive position, so she wanted to take advantage of this to take the initiative. I won't doubt the ability of the treasure school. However, the treasure school is not the only one in the northern region. There's also the Ninth Heaven Palace. I believe that the Ninth Heaven Palace won't listen to the orders of the treasure school, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. This bastard, Shangguan Qiu cursed in her heart. Why was he so difficult to deal with? Indeed. Although the treasure school was powerful, it could not interfere in the affairs of the Ninth Heaven Palace. Think about it carefully. We'll talk when you've made up your mind. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He turned and led the mermaid princess and Qin Rushuang to the peak of the mountain where the fire lotus was located. Wait, seeing this. Shangguan Qiu was very anxious. However, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She lowered her head, feeling extremely irritated. Whoosh! Just as Qin Feiyang and the others left, a young man in purple suddenly appeared in front of Shangguan Qiu. Shangguan Qiu was stunned. She looked up at the young man in purple and frowned. Who are you? The young man in purple smiled. Who I am is not important. What's important is the elixir formula of the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir. How do you know about the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir? Are you following us? Shangguan Qiu's eyes flashed coldly. I am indeed following you. However, I didn't hear about the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir from you. The young man in purple said. What do you mean? Shangguan Qiu frowned. The young man in purple said, I also have the elixir formula of the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir. Chapter 1968. What? Shangguan Qiu was shocked. I'm not lying to you. The young man in purple took out an elixir from his chest. Shangguan Qiu took a look. It was the 9-Chu Yellow Dragon elixir. She looked at the young man in purple and asked, Do you know Jiang Haotian? That's none of your business. The young man in purple smiled. Shangguan Qiu's eyes twinkled. She asked, You showed up to cooperate with me? Yes. The young man in purple nodded. What's your condition? Shangguan Qiu asked. Jiang Haotian asked for soul stones, but I only asked for divine gems. The young man in purple smiled. Is there such a good deal? Shangguan Qiu looked at the young man in purple suspiciously. Yes, there is such a good deal. However, all the herbs will be provided by the treasure school, and I'm only responsible for refining them. We'll split the auction price 50-50. The young man in purple said. This, Shangguan Qiu hesitated. Although the treasure school would provide the herbs 50-50, compared to Qin Feiyang's condition, it was like a pie falling from the sky. Actually, You don't have to think too much. I don't have any other purpose. I just want to suppress Jiang Haotian. The young man in purple laughed. Suppress Jiang Haotian, Shangguan Qiu murmured. The young man in purple smiled. Steward, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shangguan Qiu thought for a while and nodded. Okay, let's cooperate. Let Jiang Haotian go to hell. The young man in purple laughed and stretched out his hand. You're indeed a smart man. I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Shangguan Qiu also stretched out her hand and shook hands with the young man in purple. The purple-clothed young man smiled. He lifted his head and looked at the mountain peak where Qin Feiyang and the others were. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked at Shangguan Qiu and said, I have something to do now. We will discuss the details tomorrow. Then I'll wait for you at the treasure school. Shangguan Qiu said. See you. After the purple-clothed youth finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. At the mountain peak in the distance, Qin Feiyang did not know he was intercepted. He bent down and took off the woman's mask. Looking at the familiar face, his expression was complicated. Qin Rushuang asked, Is she Guozueki? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although Guozueki wore a mask and intended to conceal her identity, the sword revealed her identity. Because this battle sword was the Fire Dragon Divine Sword, the mermaid princess asked, Then what do you plan to do with her? A cold glint flashed in Qin Rushuang's eyes. Is there even a need to ask? Kill him. It's too cruel to kill her. After all, she was also kept in the dark about the engagement. The mermaid princess said, Girl, you're still speaking up for her? Do you have a fever? Qin Rushuang touched the mermaid princess's forehead and frowned. I'm not speaking up for her. She's just too pitiful. Look at her now. She still thinks that the marriage contract is real. The mermaid princess said. You're overflowing with sympathy. Qin Rushuang shook her head and said, If we really let her go, not only will she continue to pester us, but she will also pose a great threat to us. What threat? The mermaid princess was suspicious. She knows our true identity. Wouldn't it be troublesome if she leaks it out? Also, you should know that the Guo family's destruction is also related to us. Qin Rushuang said. Seems like it. The mermaid princess nodded in realization. If Guozueki knew about this, she would definitely think of ways to take revenge on them. That's why we must not let this woman live. A shocking murderous intent appeared in Qin Rushuang's eyes. She raised her index finger and pointed in the air. A streak of divine power immediately appeared and swept toward Guozueki's forehead. However, at this moment, Guozueki, who was lying on the ground, and the Fire Dragon Divine Sword disappeared from their sight. Qin Rushuang was stunned. She immediately released her divine sense and covered the surroundings. However, she did not find any trace of the spatial divine item in the void. What's going on? Everyone looked at the void of space in shock. Qin Feiyang looked around and his eyes flickered. I think that spatial divine item should be embedded with the soul-concealing stone. Damn it! Who could it be? Qin Rushuang's face was as cold as frost. The other party had rescued Guozueki, which meant that they had been secretly following them. In other words, the other party had heard everything they had just said. What should we do now? The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang and Qin Rushuang and asked in a panic. Qin Feiyang grabbed the mermaid princess's hand and smiled. Even if Guozueki wants to take revenge on me and reveals my identity, it doesn't matter. You're still smiling so easily. Qin Rushuang glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Yeah, Qin Dage, we can't be careless about this. What if the person who rescued Guozueki is Feng Yuan's lackey? Fire Lotus added. Feng Yuan? Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, I don't think it's him. How do you know? Qin Rushuang asked. Think about it. In the eyes of Feng Yuan and the others, a nobody like Guozueki is not worthy of their rescue. Qin Feiyang said. You're right. Fire Lotus nodded. Right what? We're not Feng Yuan. How do we know what he's thinking? Qin Rushuang said. Actually, You don't have to worry. If the ancestor used to have a certain status in the ninth heaven palace, it may be a good thing for us if his identity is exposed. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Rushuang said, what if father has turned against the ninth heaven palace? I'll say it again. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. No matter what the relationship between the ancestor and the ninth heaven palace is, I won't let any of you get hurt. Qin Feiyang smiled. What an arrogant guy. Qin Rushuang rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of a smile in the depths of her eyes. Because she knew that if they were in danger, Qin Feiyang would definitely be the first one to stand in front of everyone. But then again, don't you think that saving someone without a word is a little familiar? Qin Feiyang frowned and said. Familiar? Qin Rushuang and the other two were suspicious. I remember that Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor used to do this kind of thing before. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang, the demon ancestor. Hearing these two names, Qin Rushuang and the mermaid princess's eyes suddenly trembled. The dusty memories also surged like a tide. Actually, we can't put all our attention on Feng Yuan. After all, we still have some old rivals in the ancient world. They are all more difficult to deal with than Feng Yuan. Now that the name Jiang Haotian has spread, I think they should be showing up soon. Qin Feiyang said. Not only was he not nervous, but there was also some anticipation in his eyes. Can you stop being so careless all the time? Let's not talk about Mu Tianyang first. You know the demon ancestor's methods better than anyone else. With a heaven-defying divine artifact, you can't do anything to him except open up the slaughter zone. Qin Rushuang said angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, hasn't the demon ancestor turned over a new leaf? That's just his one-sided story. Do you still believe it? Qin Rushuang said angrily. All right. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's be prepared for our identities to be exposed. Qin Feiyang said. Although it was only Qin Rushuang's guess that the ancestor and Empyrean palace had turned against each other, if it was true and their identities were exposed, the situation would become extremely serious. In fact, it was not that he was not worried, but he did not want to show it. Because now, he was the pillar of support in everyone's hearts. If even he panicked, the people around him would definitely panic even more. Therefore, he had to remain calm to stabilize everyone's hearts. Chapter 1969. At the same time. Sky Dragon City, Jade Zither Tower. On the 7th floor, in a room, the fragrance of tea filled the air. A young man sat beside the coffee table, holding an exquisite teacup and slowly tasting it. This person was 7 feet tall, with a high-nose bridge and golden eyes that seemed to be cast from gold leaf. 2 thick eyebrows, like 2 sharp swords, exuded an astonishing sharpness. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. He was Mu Tianyang. At this moment, Mu Tianyang had already taken off his dragon robe, wearing a purple robe and a purple crown. However, his temperament did not change at all. He sat there like an emperor, emitting a terrifying and oppressive aura. Dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mu Tianyang looked up at the door and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and another young man in purple strode into the room. After closing the door, the young man in purple quickly walked in front of the man and said respectfully, "Greetings, ancestor." Since he would address Mu Tianyang as such, the identity of the young man in purple was naturally revealed. Mu Qing. Mu Tianyang asked, "How is it?" Mu Qing said, "Not only Qin Feiyang, but the mermaid princess and Qin Rushuang also came to the ancient world. Mermaid, Qin Rushuang, one is Qin Feiyang's most beloved woman, and the other is Qin Beishan's biological daughter. It's not strange that they entered the ancient world. I'm most concerned about the white-eyed wolf, Tang Hai, and the others." Mu Tianyang said, "I didn't see them, but I think they should be cultivating in the ancient castle." Mu Qing said. Mu Tianyang took a sip of tea, shook his head and sighed. "I thought that Qin Feiyang would stay in the Great Qin for at least a few years before entering the ancient world. I didn't expect it to be so fast." Mu Qing snorted coldly. "Coming to the ancient castle is courting death." "Courting death? Haven't you suffered enough at his hands?" You still dare to underestimate him? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily. Ancestor, please calm your anger. Mu Qing's expression changed as she said hurriedly. Remember, never underestimate him. In the past, it was because I underestimated him that I ended up in such a miserable state. Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. Mu Qing will bear this in mind. Mu Qing replied respectfully. Mu Tianyang's expression eased a lot as he asked, Is there anything else? Mu Qing said. He took out the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir and prepared to cooperate with Shangguan Qiu. This is indeed his style. Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. However, this matter has already been ruined by me. Mu Qing sneered. What do you mean? Mu Tianyang was stunned and looked at Mu Qing curiously. Mu Qing briefly explained the situation at that time. Fool. After hearing this, Mu Tianyang not only did not praise him, but also became angry. Ancestor, did I do something wrong? Mu Qing frowned. Wrong. Very wrong. You actually used divine gems to trade for the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir. Don't you think this is a reckless waste of God's gift? To be honest, compared with Qin Feiyang, you are not just a little bit better. Mu Tianyang was furious. I also thought about this. Qin Feiyang offered soul stones. If I went to Qin Feiyang, his offer would definitely be lower than Qin Feiyang's. Otherwise, why would Shangguan Qiu cooperate with us? What's more, I did this to suppress him. Think about it. If Shangguan Qiu really agreed to cooperate with him, he would get a lot of soul stones and the time formation of the ancient castle. Wouldn't his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds? Mu Qing felt very wronged. Although you are right, you can't use divine gems. Qin Feiyang needs soul stones, so do we. You can also use soul stones to trade, as long as your share is lower than Qin Feiyang's. For example, if Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu split it 50-50, then we can split it 40-60. In this way, Shangguan Qiu will still cooperate with us, right? Mu Tianyang said angrily. This, Mu Qing was stunned. At that time, he only wanted to suppress Qin Feiyang, so he did not think so much. After pondering for a while, Mu Qing looked at Mu Tianyang and said, How about I talk to Shangguan Qiu again? Forget it. Businessmen hate people who go back on their words the most. In their eyes, this kind of person is very unreliable. If we change our mind now and talk to her again, I think she would rather cooperate with Qin Feiyang than us. Mu Tianyang rubbed his forehead and said. Mu Qing lowered his arms and said, Ancestor, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't think it through. Mu Tianyang said, It's good that you know you are wrong. Think more before you do things in the future. Don't be impulsive. Yes. Mu Qing replied. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while and said, Actually, this matter hasn't reached the point of no return. Ancestor, what's your plan? Mu Qing was suspicious. Don't we still have the 9 turns dragon blood elixir? Let's cooperate with Shangguan Qiu first. When we taste the dessert, we will show the 9 turns dragon blood elixir. When I think about it, she probably won't refuse to trade with soul stones. Mu Tianyang said. That makes sense. Mu Qing nodded with a smile and said, Also, there are potential elixirs. Mu Tianyang was angry again and shouted, I said you were stupid. You really don't know it. Mu Qing was stunned. Was he wrong again? Do you know why Qin Feiyang didn't use the potential elixir but the 9 turns yellow dragon elixir? It's because the potential elixir is too heaven-defying. Don't you know that treasuring a jade ring is a crime? Once the treasure pavilion knows about the existence of the potential elixir, what do you think they will do? They will definitely think of ways to force us to hand over the elixir recipe. Even if the treasure pavilion doesn't do that, what about others? Once they find out the origin of the potential elixir, will they let us go? Mu Qing, oh Mu Qing, you really have to use your brain properly. Right now, we are no longer in the Great Qin or the Forgotten Continent. We are in the ancient world. In this place, we don't have any backing, and our strength is even more like ants. If we are not careful, we will be smashed to pieces. Mu Tianyang looked at Mu Qing as if he expected better from him. I got it. If I encounter any problems in the future, I will consider it thoroughly. Mu Qing nodded. All right. Is there anything else? Mu Tianyang waved his hand and asked. Yes. I saved a woman from Qin Feiyang's hands. Mu Qing said. A woman? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Mu Qing waved his hand, and a woman in red appeared on the ground out of thin air. It was Guo Zueki. At this moment, she was still unconscious. Who is she? Mu Tianyang sized up Guo Zueki and asked. Her name is Guo Zueki. I don't know who she is exactly, but it seems that she is engaged to Qin Feiyang. However, this engagement seems to be fake. Mu Qing said. Engagement? Mu Tianyang was stunned. I think she seems to hate Qin Feiyang very much, so I saved her along the way. Mu Qing said. Mu Tianyang pondered for a moment, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then let's keep her. Perhaps she will be a useful chess piece. In the ancient castle, everyone went back to cultivating. Only Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus did not cultivate. Fire Lotus could not cultivate because she could not. Qin Feiyang leaned against the wall absent-mindedly. He lowered his head and crossed his arms, as if he was thinking about something. Fire Lotus asked suspiciously, What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? I'm thinking about Gongzi Feng and Jiao Xiaolong. Why haven't they sent me a message yet? Did something happen? Qin Feiyang frowned. I don't think so. Fire Lotus muttered. Time passed. It was dawn. Buzz. Finally, Qin Feiyang's image crystal rang. He was refreshed and quickly took it out. A virtual image appeared. It was Gongzi Feng. You must have waited for a long time, Brother Jiang. Gongzi Feng smiled. However, although he was smiling, his forehead was full of sweat. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. Gongzi Feng shook his head and sighed. I still underestimated my father's hatred for me. It's really not easy to find out this information. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. I went to look for him, but he didn't want to see me at all. In the end, I had no choice but to try Feng Zihon. Although my elder sister didn't like me, fortunately, I wasn't wary of her. I got some very useful information from her. Gongzi Feng smiled. Qin Feiyang asked, Your elder sister's name is Feng Zihon? En. You probably don't know that the master of the Jade Zither Pavilion is my elder sister. Gongzi Feng said. So it's her. Qin Feiyang was surprised. My elder sister's ability and talent far surpass Feng Zijuan. In the Nine Heavens Palace, she's definitely a monstrous figure. Do you know the heaven ranking and earth ranking of the Nine Heavens Palace? Gongzi Feng asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The heaven ranking and earth ranking are the most important rankings in the Nine Heavens Palace. Those who can enter the heaven ranking and earth ranking are the strongest disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace. My elder sister is on the heaven ranking. We'll talk about the details after you enter the Nine Heavens Palace. Right now, I'll tell you a very important piece of news. Gongzi Feng's face turned gloomy. What news is it that made you so worried? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Gongzi Feng said solemnly, My grandfather and father are going to make a move against you in tomorrow's test. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Fire Lotus frowned. They're going to tamper with the test. But they won't make a move personally. Because during the test, there will be many important figures in the Nine Heavens Palace watching. They won't dare to be too presumptuous. Gongzi Feng said. Then how are they going to make a move? Qin Feiyang didn't understand. They've secretly bribed a group of people. These people are all here to participate in the test. Moreover, they're all elites in this test. Their strength can't be underestimated. I'll draw up a name list and have Jiao Xiaolong send it to you. Gongzi Feng said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and told Gongzi Feng the coordinates. Then that's all for now. Be careful tomorrow. Gongzi Feng reminded and his figure quickly disappeared. Qin Feiyang also kept the image crystal and looked at Fire Lotus with a smile. See, no matter who it is, they have their value. If Gongzi Feng didn't help us this time, we would have been caught off guard. Gongzi Feng is really good. But I'm more curious. Who are these people that are willing to be Gongzi Feng's pawns? Fire Lotus's eyes flashed with a cold light. Literature Hall. Chapter 1970. About half an hour passed. Brother Jiang, where are you? A voice that sounded like a thief entered the castle. Qin Feiyang immediately left the castle and appeared at the peak of the mountain. The waning moon hung high in the sky. The surroundings were quiet. In front of Qin Feiyang, Jiao Xiaolong hid his presence and looked around like a thief. I'm here, Qin Feiyang said. Jiao Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He quickly ran to Qin Feiyang and took out a beast skin scroll. Qin Feiyang took the beast skin scroll and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" "Gongzi Feng told me to be careful. It won't be good if someone follows us," Jiao Xiaolong said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang was slightly surprised. He shook his head and said with a smile, "That's very thoughtful, but it is indeed necessary. Tell Gongzi Feng that we should try not to meet in the future. Even when we are communicating, it's best to hide in a spatial divine object." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he opened the beast skin scroll and looked at it. Spatial divine object. Jiao Xiaolong was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "Even Gongzi Feng doesn't have a spatial divine object, let alone me." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes." Jiao Xiaolong nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, "It seems that I have to find a spatial divine object for you." Jiao Xiaolong was stunned when he heard this. He quickly said, "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and continued to look at the beast skin scroll. There were hundreds of names recorded on it. Behind each name, there was a detailed introduction, such as family background, cultivation, personality, etc. Gongzi Feng said that most people are not a threat to you, only these few. Jiao Xiaolong pointed at the last 5 names. Nai Yun, Qi Hong, Hong Ping, Zhu Ji, Zhong Yunfei, Cao Zhiyun. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one and his expression changed. These 6 people were all perfect war gods, and they all had powerful family backgrounds. For example, the first Nai Yun was the son of a city lord. This city lord was in charge of a city called Galaxy City. Not only did he have a group of terrifying experts under his command, but his own cultivation was also impressive. Jiao Xiaolong said solemnly, "Other than these people, they have also bribed some divine monarch realm vicious beasts. Big Brother Jiang, this is not child's play, you must be careful." "What? There are more ferocious beasts?" Qin Feiyang was bewildered. "Yes, but we haven't found out which ferocious beasts it is," Jiao Xiaolong said. "Looks like they really want to kill me this time." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, then put away the animal skin scroll and asked, "What's your sister's plan?" "Young master asked a few friends to take care of her during the examination, so you don't have to worry. However, I still hope that Big Brother Jiang will be able to lend me a hand when the time comes," Jiao Xiaolong said. "All right. You go back first. Wait. There's something I should tell you. Guozueki has also come to Sky Dragon City. I think she will also participate in the examination," Qin Feiyang said. "Guozueki." Jiao Xiaolong's eyes flashed with a cold light. "The enemy who killed my grandfather, I will not let her go." Qin Feiyang said, "I won't stop you from taking revenge, but you can't be impulsive." "I know this. Also, the examination's location will be at Sky Dragon Mountain Range," Jiao Xiaolong said. "Sky Dragon Mountain Range?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. During the examination, you are not allowed to use spatial divine objects, or even enter them. You are also not allowed to use the transmission altar, and naturally, you are not allowed to have any outsiders to help you. The so-called outsiders are those who are not participating in the examination. The first 50 people to reach the stairway will be accepted as inner disciples. The rest will be outer disciples. As for the duration of the examination, there are only 2 days. Those who have not reached the stairway in 2 days will be eliminated," Jiao Xiaolong explained. 2 days. Qin Feiyang frowned. He knew how big the Sky Dragon mountain range was. Rushing from Sky Dragon City to Nine Heavens Palace would not be a problem if he used a spatial divine object. However, The rules of the examination forbade the use of spatial divine objects. In that case, 2 days was not enough. There were too many fierce beasts in the Sky Dragon mountain range, and each one of them was extremely strong. In the depths of the mountain range, there were god-monarch fierce beasts everywhere. For a divine lord-level vicious beast, killing a war god was as simple as crushing an ant. Therefore, it was impossible to cross the Sky Dragon mountain range and reach the stairway. Most importantly, those who participated in the examination would definitely kill each other. This was undoubtedly more difficult. It seemed like the Nine Heavens Palace's examination was not that easy to pass. To be honest, this examination is more difficult than the previous ones. I can already imagine the scene of corpses everywhere. Big Brother Jiang, you must not be careless. Gao Xiaolong reminded. Don't worry, I will do my best. Qin Feiyang said. Gao Xiaolong nodded and did not linger. He opened a transmission altar and left. Feng Yuan, you guys are really relentless. However, if a few Perfection Realm battle gods want to kill me, you guys are underestimating me. Qin Feiyang. Just wait and see, you will regret it. Qin Feiyang looked at the night sky and muttered. He entered the ancient castle and began to adjust his state of mind. He did not care about those who participated in the examination. Only the fierce beasts in the Sky Dragon mountain range were his biggest concern. Although the 6-word divine formula could ignore major realms, the world was unpredictable. What if a powerful fierce beast jumped out? Moreover, the 6-word divine formula was his trump card. He did not want to reveal it so easily. After all, Gao Xiaolong had said that the important figures of Nine Heavens Palace would be watching the examination. If he revealed the 6-word divine formula, it would definitely cause a commotion. This was not what he wanted. Time flew by. Early morning. The night dispersed and everything came back to life. Outside the western city gate. At this moment, there was a sea of people. At a glance, there were at least 100,000 people. Do any of you have any insider information? Where is the location of the examination? This kind of thing is confidential. How could anyone know? Everyone discussed as they waited for the arrival of the people from Nine Heavens Palace. The sun gradually rose from the horizon. Swoosh. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above the plain. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. He was 7 feet tall and had a cold face. His hands were behind his back and his aura was unfathomable. It's Nine Heavens Palace's law enforcement elder, Feng Wenhai. Everyone, quiet down. The originally noisy plane instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Feng Wenhai with eyes full of respect. Feng Wenhai glanced at the crowd and did not ask if anyone was present. He said directly, the location of the examination is in the Sky Dragon mountain range. What? Sky Dragon mountain range? Once these words came out, everyone's face changed color and was filled with fear. At this moment, 2 men and 2 women walked out from the city gate side by side. They stood behind the crowd and looked up at Feng Wenhai. It was Qin Feiyang and the others who had arrived late. However, at this moment, everyone was in a state of panic and did not notice them. Even if they did, they would definitely not be in the mood to pay attention to the 4 of them. Huoyi sent a sound transmission. Brother Jiang, he is Feng Zijuan's father. Very strong. Qin Feiyang muttered. Of course. It is said that his cultivation has already surpassed the Divine Lord. Huoyi said. Transcendental Divine Lord? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Wait a moment, Elder. Who doesn't know how dangerous the Sky Dragon mountain range is? Aren't you deliberately sending us to our deaths? This is not fair. Although the previous examinations were also very cruel, compared to this time, it is like heaven and earth. I can guarantee that no one in this examination will come back alive. After a moment of silence, many people began to protest. Feng Wenhai was expressionless and did not speak. He scanned the crowd. Suddenly, when he saw Qin Feiyang and the other 3, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, he did not look at them for long and immediately swept his gaze over the others. Elder, you are too much, you don't treat us as humans at all. The location of the examination must be changed. That's right. Even if it is your 9-heaven palace, you can't deliberately harm us. Everyone became angrier and angrier as they roared at Feng Wenhai. It is indeed a bit too much. Huoyi shook his head. Big brother Huoyi, are you also afraid? Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. Sky Dragon Mountain Range is the headquarters of the beasts of the northern region. Do you think I am not afraid? Especially in the depths, a divine lord-level beast is enough to wipe out all of us here. Huoyi sighed and looked up at Feng Wenhai, frowning. What are the people of 9-heaven palace thinking? Time passed breath by breath. A moment later, Feng Wenhai finally opened his mouth and said coldly, have you all said enough? If you have, then shut up for this seat. Everyone's pupils shrank. The plane once again fell into dead silence. However, although everyone no longer said anything, their eyes still expressed their dissatisfaction. The location of the examination and how the examination will be conducted is decided by my 9-heaven palace. If you want to enter 9-heaven palace, you have to accept it. If you are afraid, then don't go in. This seat will not stop you. Next, this seat will explain the rules of the examination. Feng Wenhai completely ignored everyone's protest and continued to speak. The content was exactly the same as what Gongzong Feng had inquired. Too much, too much. We can't even use spatial divine items. I give up on this examination. I give up too, my life is more important. After hearing the rules, a large number of angry roars sounded. Whatever. Last but not least. The first person to reach the stairway to heaven will be rewarded with a peak divine technique, a peak divine artifact, and 100,000 soul stones. This is a temporary decision made by the leaders and is also the greatest encouragement for you. Now, the examination begins. After Feng Wenhai finished speaking, he turned around and left. What? Peak divine technique, peak divine artifact. 100,000 soul stones? There has never been such a reward in history. Are we really going to give up? I'm a little unwilling. The reward is very generous, yes, but you have to be alive to enjoy it. If you're not afraid of death, then go, I won't participate anyway. Some people hesitated. Some people turned around and left without hesitation. But there were also people who resolutely rushed towards the Sky Dragon Mountain Range under the generous reward. For a time, the plane was in chaos. Literature Hall. Chapter 1971. Qin Feiyang and the other three were also deeply shocked at this moment. A pinnacle divine art, a pinnacle divine artifact, and 100,000 soul stones. This was really a big deal. Perhaps only 9th Heaven Palace would be willing to take it out. Huoyi came back to his senses and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, Brother Jiang, should we also give up? Give up? Qin Feiyang was stunned. As someone said before, although the reward is tempting, we need to be alive to enjoy it. Huoyi said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, if we also give up, won't Feng Yuan and the others' efforts be in vain? Huoyi was stunned and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Huoyi still did not know about Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai's plan. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, they want to make a move on us in the assessment. All the more reason we can't go, Huoyi said. With such a generous reward, even if I know it's a trap, I can't help it. Maybe this is one of Feng Yuan's plans. Qin Feiyang said. What you're saying is that this reward is a bait targeted at us. Qin Rushuang raised her eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, Feng Yuan is the hall master of the resource hall, so the reward is definitely related to him. I see. The three of them suddenly understood. Jiang Haotian? You really came. But you'd better not go, it's too dangerous. Several young men and women looked at Qin Feiyang and advised when they passed by Qin Feiyang and the others. Thank you for your concern. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You won't listen. No one will sympathize with you when you die. The few of them snorted coldly and swaggered off. Fire Lotus looked at them and said, Qin Dage, your identity doesn't seem to have been exposed. Yes, it hasn't been exposed. Qin Feiyang replied. Does this mean that the people who saved Guozueki are not Feng Yuan and the others? Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Rushuang and transmitted his voice. What do you think? There's no need to think about it. It must be Mu Tianyang and the others who are using this kind of trick. Qin Rushuang transmitted her voice. They're really fast. However, this is only interesting. Otherwise, how boring would it be for me to be alone in the ancient realm? Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. Feng Yuan alone is enough of a headache. What's there to be bored about? Qin Rushuang rolled her eyes. Huoyi glanced at the three of them and frowned. Brother Jiang, are we still partners? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He nodded and said, yes, why? Since we are partners, shouldn't we be honest with each other? But look at the two of you now, flirting with each other and hiding everything from me. Is this how you treat me? Huoyi said with dissatisfaction. Shut up. Who doesn't have any privacy? If you're honest enough, why don't you just tell us your identity? Qin Rushuang said. There's nothing wrong with my identity. Huoyi looked innocent. Qin Rushuang said, do we look like idiots? Huoyi smiled embarrassedly. Let's go. For the divine technique, divine weapon, and soulstone, we have to get first place no matter what. Qin Rushuang looked at the Sky Dragon mountain range and said firmly. Sister Rushuang, you're serious. Fire Lotus smiled. Of course. Let's go. Qin Rushuang waved her hand and rushed toward the Sky Dragon mountain range. Qin Feiyang and Huolian looked at each other and also chased after him. Sigh. These guys are really not afraid of death. Huoyi shook his head and followed helplessly. Looking at groups of people rushing into the Sky Dragon mountain range, those who were afraid were struggling with their thoughts. Empyrean Palace, in front of the stairway to heaven. Feng Yuan and Feng Dahai stood side by side and looked at the void in front of them. There was an image in the void. It was the scene of everyone entering the Sky Dragon mountain range. At this moment, the two of them looked like they were observing the situation there, but in fact, they were looking at Qin Feiyang and the others. The white-haired old man guarding the stairway to heaven was still sitting at the side. But just like before, his eyes were closed and he did not care about anything. In the image, Qin Feiyang and the others quickly disappeared into the mountain. Feng Yuan and Feng Dahai looked away and looked at each other. A murderous intent flashed in their eyes at the same time. Feng Yuan waved his hand and the image in the void disappeared. Then, he looked at the white-haired old man and looked at Feng Wenhai. He smiled and said, let's go back and report to everyone. Okay. Feng Wenhai nodded. The two of them turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the top of the stairway to heaven. The storm has come and the peace of the ninth heaven palace is over. What will happen in the end? Just after Feng Yuan and Feng Dahai disappeared, the white-haired old man slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Sky Dragon city. He muttered to himself with anticipation. But soon, he closed his eyes again. Like an ordinary old man, he did not feel oppressed at all. Boom. Sky Dragon mountain range. The border area. The battle had already begun. The battle between humans and beasts, the mutual destruction between humans caused this mountain to be quickly swallowed by blood. Greed, selfishness, desire, all of these were displayed vividly at this moment. Too terrifying. This is simply Azura hell. Qin Feiyang's group stood in the sky above a mountain ridge. Their pupils constricted tightly as they scanned the slaughter that was happening everywhere before them, as well as the dismembered corpses and severed limbs that were flying all over the sky. They had underestimated the cruelty of this assessment. It was just the beginning and it was already so tragic. It was hard to imagine what they would find later. Fire Lotus shook her head and sighed. This kind of battle, this kind of sacrifice, is it really worth it? Is it worth it? This is a difficult topic to discuss. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You still have the mood to sympathize with them? Quickly think about it. How should we go? Huoyi said. Qin Feiyang looked ahead and his eyes flashed slightly. Let's go a little further and try to avoid the battle. Won't that take more time? Fire Lotus said. Yes. However, if we rush over like this, we will definitely not be able to avoid a fierce battle. At that time, we will waste even more time. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and rushed into the forest below, heading southwest. Qin Rushuang and the other two looked at each other and immediately chased. Soon, the four of them rushed to the front of a canyon. After observing for a while, they did not sense any battle fluctuations in the canyon. The four of them went straight into the canyon. Roar. But not long after entering the canyon, a roar suddenly came from a fork in the front. Following closely, the earth shook and the mountains shook. A group of ferocious beasts rushed out from the ground. It was a group of mountain beasts. The smallest of them was more than 10 meters in size. The lowest cultivation base was at the war god level, and their numbers were as many as hundreds of them. With ferocious glints in their eyes, they aggressively pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the other three. "You're courting death." Fire Lotus's eyes flashed coldly. "Don't attack." Qin Feiyang grabbed Fire Lotus. "Why?" Fire Lotus was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said to himself, "If you attack, won't your undead power be exposed?" "That's true." Fire Lotus nodded, but then said, "Wait, no, if I don't want to expose my undead power, then I can only watch you guys fight. Won't I become a burden then?" "What are you thinking? How can we say that you're a burden?" "Don't worry, I'm here." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to attack, Qin Rushuang took a step forward first. Divine power surged out and dozens of sword shadows appeared instantly. Each sword shadow was hundreds of feet long. As if condensed from ice, cold currents swept in all directions. The world seemed to have entered a cold winter in an instant. The cold air was bone-piercing. "Kill!" Qin Rushuang roared. Dozens of sword shadows tore through the sky and slashed towards the pangolin beasts in all directions. Divine power shook all directions. Roar, immediately. Cries of agony could be heard. The pangolin beasts who had just become war gods instantly lost their lives. Even the low-level war god pangolin beasts fell into a pool of blood, no longer able to fight. The air was immediately filled with a pungent smell of blood. "Human, you're courting death." An angry roar could be heard. Accompanied by a loud bang, a pangolin beast that was hundreds of feet long roared out from the ground. It had the cultivation of an advanced level war god. "You're the one who's courting death." Sword technique fusion. Qin Rushuang's eyes were as cold as ice. As her voice fell, the dozens of sword shadows merged together. Clang. A sword shadow that was thousands of feet long suddenly appeared. Divine power also instantly rose to another level. Following closely, the sword shadow pierced through the sky and slashed towards the pangolin beast. Roar. A cry of agony. The pangolin beast that had the cultivation of an advanced level war god was seriously injured by the sword and blood flowed out. This, Qin Feiyang was shocked. "Get lost!" Qin Rushuang shouted. The pangolin beast's eyes trembled. With a hurried roar, it turned around and drilled into the ground. The other pangolin beasts also drilled into the ground as if they were fleeing for their lives. After a while, not a single pangolin beast could be found here. "Let's continue on our way," Qin Rushuang said. "Why do I feel that Sister Rushuang seems to have suddenly changed into a different person?" Fire Lotus was suspicious. "It's not strange. Because she's too eager to find her father. And this requires great strength. Therefore, she's determined to get the reward this time. Naturally, she's full of enthusiasm." Qin Feiyang said. "Who's her father?" Huoyi looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and Qin Rushuang. "Her father is my ancestor." Qin Feiyang smiled and chased after Qin Rushuang with Fire Lotus. "Ancestor? Father? The difference in seniority is too big, isn't it?" Huoyi's mouth twitched. After Qin Feiyang caught up with Qin Rushuang, he asked, "What you used just now was the ice sword technique?" "Yes." Qin Rushuang nodded. "I remember that last time at the miracle, the ice sword technique was only a perfect battle technique, right?" Qin Feiyang said in surprise. "Is that strange? Even you can upgrade a battle technique to a divine technique, let alone me. Let me tell you, not only have I upgraded the ice sword technique to a divine technique, but I've also upgraded it to a mid-tier divine technique." Qin Rushuang glanced at Qin Feiyang and smiled proudly. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Qin Rushuang said, Now you know, my comprehension is not worse than yours. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, after all, you're my ancestor's daughter. Actually, there's something that I'm very concerned about now. Qin Rushuang pondered for a while and looked at Qin Feiyang. There was a hint of disappointment between her eyebrows. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Qin Rushuang was about to speak, but at this moment, a golden light blade suddenly fell from the top of the mountain on the left and charged toward Qin Feiyang and the other three at lightning speed. Literature Museum. Chapter 1972. Someone's here. The four of them raised their heads and looked up, a cold light surging in their eyes. Clang. Qin Rushuang attacked again. Frost sword technique was formed. Dozens of sword shadows rushed into the sky and merged into one. They slashed at the golden light blade with a destructive aura. No. Seeing this, Huiyi's expression changed as he shouted at Qin Rushuang. Rumble. But it was too late. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the golden light blade shattered the sword shadow as easily as crushing dry weeds. Puff. Qin Rushuang spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. I was too careless. She looked at the golden light blade with a bitter smile on her pale face. Stabbing others in the dark is not what a gentleman would do, Huiyi said angrily. With a stomp, the ground collapsed. He rushed into the sky and his divine power roared in all directions as he threw a punch at the golden light blade. Ah! At that moment, Huiyi also screamed as he was hit by the golden light blade and smashed into the ground. So strong. Fire Lotus was shocked. Qin Rushuang was only a beginner war god after all. But Huiyi, who was a great success war god, was not a match for the golden light blade. How terrifying was the cultivation of the person hiding in the dark. Qin Feiyang looked at Huiyi meaningfully and said to Fire Lotus, take them back. Fire Lotus nodded. He grabbed Qin Rushuang with one hand and Huiyi with the other. Then, he instantly retreated. Let me see who you are. Qin Feiyang looked up at the peak of the mountain and said coldly. He then teleported and dodged the attack of the golden light blade. Rumble. The golden light blade slammed into the canyon. The entire canyon collapsed and dust filled the air. Qin Feiyang stood in the middle of the dust and looked around. Whoosh! A black shadow, hidden in the dust, silently appeared behind Qin Feiyang. Its 5 fingers were like eagle claws as it went straight for Qin Feiyang's head. Sneaking around won't do much. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he turned around and slapped. A dazzling golden light appeared in the center of his palm. Boom! The black shadow was instantly sent flying. His entire arm was lacerated and bleeding profusely. Hee, big brother, you're really amazing. A little girl's laughter rang out. Following closely, 4 figures appeared around Qin Feiyang. Dust billowed in the air, making it difficult to see their faces. Jiang Haotian, let us see what you're capable of. Another loud and clear voice exploded like a thunderclap, deafening everyone's ears. There's more than one. The gazes of Fire Lotus trio, who had retreated far away, couldn't help but tremble. Boom! Before he could finish his words, 4 terrifying divine powers erupted like volcanoes in the dust and smoke. What? This divine might, perfect war god. Fire Lotus and the other two's expressions suddenly changed. Jiang Haotian, die. Another sinister laugh sounded. 4 waves of godly power surged out and rushed towards Qin Feiyang from all directions. Die! The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth raised. He raised his arm and instantly sent out 4 palms. 4 waves of golden light appeared and flooded the sky, colliding with the 4 waves of godly power. What? How is this possible? They actually bounced back. For cries of disbelief suddenly rang out in the dust and smoke. Ah, but at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly screamed, and the 4 waves of golden light also dissipated. Immediately, Qin Feiyang fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground with a bang. What happened? The voices of the 4 people once again rang out, filled with shock that couldn't be dispelled. Brother Jiang Huiyi scanned the area covered in dust and smoke with an anxious expression. Woo-woo. Suddenly, the wind howled in this area, and the dust and smoke quickly dissipated. Everything inside was presented to him. Qin Feiyang, at this moment, was lying on the ground with his back facing the sky and his face facing the ground, constantly twitching as if he was having a cramp. Looking up again. 3 men and a woman were standing in the air. At this moment, they were lowering their heads and looking at Qin Feiyang with a look of surprise. Why did he suddenly fall down without any reason? Could it be that the method he used before has some side effects? A man in black said. This person was skinny and had sunken eyes. His long hair draped over his face and his eyes were glowing with a faint green light. His voice also revealed a gloomy feeling. At first glance, he looked like a malicious spirit. Looking at his right arm, his skin and flesh were lacerated and fresh blood flowed out. Obviously, he was the Black Shadow who had launched a sneak attack on Qin Feiyang but was sent flying by Qin Feiyang. The little girl glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the man in black and giggled. I guess your judgment is right. It can reflect our godly power. It's normal for this method to have side effects. This person was a little strange. She was clearly a perfect war god, but she looked like an 8 or 9-year-old little girl. Her height was only about 1 meter. Her words and actions were also like a child. Just as the little girl finished speaking, Qin Feiyang's body moved. He seemed to have used a lot of effort to turn over, revealing a pale face. His head was also covered in dust and he looked very miserable. Looking at Qin Feiyang's current appearance, the little girl giggled. It seems that the side effects are quite serious. Who are you? Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy as he looked at the 4 people. Other than the little girl and the man in black, there was also a one-eyed man and a cripple. The one-eyed man wore a black eye patch on his left eye. He was more than 2 meters tall and his body was also very burly, like a small giant. His valiant aura was a little frightening. As for the cripple, he held a golden walking stick. He was about 1.7 meters tall and was neither fat nor thin. However, his face was pale as if he was terminally ill. A little girl, a guy like a malicious spirit, and a one-eyed man and a cripple. Why are these people so strange? Qin Rushuang frowned. It doesn't matter who we are. The little girl giggled. What's important is that you will all die. The man in black also laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, at least let us die knowing. Okay. I'll let you die knowing. The one-eyed man opened his mouth and his voice was deafening. Listen carefully. Cough cough. This one-eyed man is called Hong Ping. The little girl is called Cao Zhiyun. The malicious spirit is called Zhu Ji. As for me, the terminally ill person, cough cough, I'm just an unknown pawn called Qi Hong. The cripple stared at Qin Feiyang and said while coughing, really like a sick person. Hong Ping, Cao Zhiyun, Zhu Ji, Qi Hong. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Cough cough. Looking at your expression, you seem to know us? The cripple looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, I've heard of your names. We're actually so famous. The cripple looked at the malicious spirit and the other 2. The malicious spirit and the other 2 were also quite surprised. One-eyed dragon lowered his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. Quite a few people know of our nicknames, but not many people know of our real names. Where did you learn of it? As you said, is this important? Qin Feiyang slowly got up and looked at the 4 of them. A trace of a smile crept into his eyes. And the paleness on his face was also dissipating, and soon became incomparably rosy. The one-eyed man and the other 3 frowned. Qin Feiyang said, your nicknames are the little girl, the malicious spirit, the one-eyed man, and the cripple. You're so smart. The little girl giggled. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily and said, it actually matches your image very well. You flatter me. The malicious spirit laughed. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 4 of them, the mockery in his eyes undisguised, and said, aren't you curious why I suddenly became so relaxed? The 4 of them looked at each other with a trace of suspicion on their faces. If I didn't pretend to be injured, would you be standing here chatting with me? Would you tell me your identities? If you really think that my divine technique has any side effects, then I can only say that you're too naive. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, pretending to be injured. The 4 of them were startled. The malicious spirit licked his lips and grinned, The three of you, it seems that we've been played like monkeys. Unforgivable. The one-eyed man roared. An oppressive and valiant aura rushed towards Qin Feiyang like a tide. Big brother, are you deliberately provoking us? The little girl giggled. Then congratulations, you've successfully provoked us. The cripple grinned. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of the four of them suddenly surged. They were all perfect war gods. Huoyi said in shock, 4 perfect war gods, Sister Fire Lotus, quickly tell your brother to run for his life. Run for your life. Fire Lotus's red lips under the mask slightly curled up with a hint of ridicule. If you anger us, you'll have to pay with your life. Big brother, are you ready? The little girl giggled and looked at Qin Feiyang. Don't disappoint me. Qin Feiyang laughed. Big brother is so stubborn. You're obviously scared to death, but you still have to pretend to be calm, aren't you tired? The little girl giggled, and a blood-red divine power suddenly surged out. At the same time, the cripple's walking stick shook, and a golden light blade swept out. Qin Feiyang looked at the cripple and said, so the person who ambushed us before was you. Don't make it sound so bad. Cough cough. Besides, ambushing is also one of my methods. The cripple grinned. Today is the day of your death. One-eyed dragon roared. Hihi, soon, you will become a real evil spirit. The evil spirit also laughed sinisterly. The four people's divine power covered the sky and earth, and a destructive aura enveloped all directions. The void and the earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were collapsing and sinking. Countless fierce beasts were affected. The other examinees also fled when they heard the news. Accept the judgment of the death god. One-eyed dragon roared. 4 divine powers, like a waterfall, poured down from the sky and blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Not good, really not good. Huoyi was burning with anxiety. He can act better than us. I really want to kill him. Qin Rushuang glanced at Huoyi and secretly snorted. I want to too. Fire Lotus transmitted her voice. If we didn't go to Black Dragon Lake to investigate, we would have been deceived by this person. Think about it, how could someone who dared to rob the Black Dragon's treasure be such a coward? At the same time, in the 9th Heaven Palace, in an ancient hall. Inside the hall, it was 100 meters high. Dozens of people sat on the chairs in order, looking at the void in the center of the hall. There were pictures. One of the pictures showed Qin Feiyang's current situation. Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai were also present. The others were all paying attention to all the pictures. In other words, they were paying attention to all the examinees. But Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai had been paying attention to the picture where Qin Feiyang was. And in the depths of their eyes, there was a trace of a sneer. Literature Museum. Chapter 1973. The canyon had been leveled to the ground. The shattered ground trembled violently under the pressure of the 4 divine powers. Cracks of the abyss spread in all directions like a spider web. How terrifying was it when the 4 perfect stage gods of war joined forces? However, Qin Feiyang was as calm as Mount Tai. He wasn't nervous at all. Just as the 4 divine powers fell, Qin Feiyang slowly raised his arm and gently patted the air. Whoosh! A golden divine light appeared and attacked the divine powers of the 4. With a loud bang, the divine powers of the 4 couldn't resist at all. The divine powers turned in the air and engulfed the 4 of them. Ah! Painful screams resounded through the sky. When the 4 of them escaped from the divine powers, their bodies were already covered in blood. How is this possible? He can still repel our attacks when we joined forces? The 4 of them looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Their arrogance from before had completely disappeared. After being so arrogant for so long, I thought you were very powerful. It turns out that this is all you've got. Qin Feiyang said disappointedly. The 4 of them were furious. Divine powers surged and the aura of divine arts appeared. Even if you have an incredible divine art, it's useless against me. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He jumped into the air and charged at the 4 of them. You've got guts. Let me fight you. The one-eyed dragon took a step forward and waved his large fan-like hand, slapping towards Qin Feiyang. We shouldn't continue fighting. Because this kind of battle is disadvantageous to Qin Dage. Fire Lotus said to herself with a worried face. I agree. Fire Lotus nodded. The four of them were stronger than Qin Feiyang. If they really fought, it was inevitable that they would be injured. Once they were injured, they would definitely bleed. This way, the purple-gold dragon blood would be exposed. They also knew that Qin Feiyang didn't want to expose the six-word divine art too early. However, Qin Feiyang didn't seem to have any other means other than the six-word divine art to be unharmed against the four of them. Therefore, it was reasonable to avoid the battle. Boom! The one-eyed dragon's strength was terrifying. Even with Qin Feiyang's physical body, he felt a fatal threat. But he did not retreat. Because Fire Lotus and Qin Rushuang's worries were also his worries, this battle had to be ended quickly. The one-eyed man's fist was about to land on his face. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang disappeared without a trace. Concealment technique. Immediately after, the one-eyed man screamed as a bloody hole appeared on his lower abdomen. Blood was gushing out like a fountain. What happened? Cripple and the other two scanned the void in bewilderment. In the next instant, the malicious ghost let out a miserable howl as a bloody hole appeared in its lower abdomen. What the hell is going on? Could it be a spatial divine object? Jiang Haotian, this is against the rules. Cripple shouted in anger. No. It can't be a spatial divine item. Because if it's a spatial divine object, it's impossible for him to be so fast. I think he must have mastered some kind of divine art that can make him invisible, the little girl said in a low voice. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt an unprecedented sense of danger behind her. Without thinking, she turned her head and waved her small fist as she punched the void. The divine aura of a perfect stage war god spread in all directions. Under the pressure of the divine aura, the concealment technique immediately dissipated. Qin Feiyang appeared in the void. It's indeed a divine art that can make him invisible. The one-eyed man and the malicious ghost's pupils contracted. But then, their eyes were filled with greed. A divine art that can make him invisible was simply the best way to assassinate. Cripple, little girl, you must kill him and get that divine art, the one-eyed man shouted as he took out 2 spirit sea pills. He swallowed one and threw the other to the malicious ghost. Of course. Cripple grinned and said. With a teleport, he landed in front of Qin Feiyang and swept the crutch in his hand. Qin Feiyang did not dare to take it head-on. Because the crutch was a divine art. But because it had not recovered, he could not determine the grade of the crutch. If it was a high-grade divine art or a perfect divine art, he would definitely be injured if he took it head-on. These people are going to be serious. Fire Lotus was worried. If Qin Feiyang attacked without holding back, 4 perfect stage war gods would be as easy as slaughtering chickens and lambs. But now, Qin Feiyang had too many concerns. He did not even use 1/10 of his strength. Just as Cripple attacked, a blood-red sharp blade appeared in front of the little girl. With a monstrous sharpness, it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. The blood-red sharp blade was a few hundred feet long. It was as if it was condensed from blood and had a murderous aura. He could tell at a glance that it was evolved from a perfect divine art. This group of people was indeed not simple. We will return the words you said just now. Even if you have a divine art that defies the natural order, it is useless in front of us. Cripple laughed. The golden crutch in the air made a deafening sound of wind and thunder. Qin Feiyang retreated while glancing at the two. Suddenly, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Using the walk formula and teleporting, he disappeared from the sight of Cripple and Fire Lotus. This, not only Cripple and Fire Lotus, but even Cyclops and Fire Lotus were stunned. How did he disappear again? Wait. Cyclops suddenly opened his eyes wide in anger. He looked behind Cripple and shouted, Cripple, be careful. Cripple was stunned. But before he could react, a finger poked the back of his head. Immediately after, an aura of death emerged from the depths of Cripple's heart. The price to pay for angering me is not small. Following the cold voice, Cripple could only feel a terrifying murderous aura bursting out from it. Then, His head suddenly exploded in the air like a watermelon. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. This scene left the one-eyed man and the malicious spirit dumbfounded. The girl also froze in the air, her little face full of disbelief. In an instant, he actually killed Cripple? Amazing. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of admiration. However, Qin Feiyang did not show off or feel proud. After killing Cripple, he grabbed the crutch and took another step forward, avoiding the blood-red blade. He landed behind the girl and then swung the crutch towards the girl's head. "Run!" Cyclops roared. The girl quivered. She did not even have the courage to turn around and look at Qin Feiyang. She directly dived and rushed out. She reacted in time and narrowly avoided the attack of the crutch. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl's back. He shook his head and said, "What a pity." The girl stabilized her body and turned around to look at Qin Feiyang. There was nothing else in her eyes, only fear. Until now, she still did not understand how Cripple died. And his speed was even faster than them, a perfect war god. What kind of skill was this? Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them and said with a smile, "Although it's a pity, it doesn't matter because you will die sooner or later." The girl, Cyclops, and Li Gui could not help but turn pale. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang waved the crutch in his hand and smiled as he walked towards the girl step by step. "Cyclops, so you are here. It took me a long time to find you, but at this moment." An angry shout was heard. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He turned around and saw a white-clothed young man with a murderous aura breaking through the air. He was holding a golden longbow in his hand. His aura was also that of a perfect war god. "Give me your life," the white-robed young man roared. He grabbed the bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. Divine power gushed out and formed a golden arrow. Whoosh! As the white-robed young man loosened his grip, the golden arrow shattered the void and flew towards the girl at a terrifying speed. Damn it! Seeing this, the girl's expression changed drastically. She quickly dove down and flew towards Cyclops and Li Gui. Fire Lotus and the other two were also surprised. She ran away as soon as she saw this person. Where did this person come from? However, Qin Feiyang frowned. Although the white-robed young man wanted to kill the girl, the arrow was also aimed at him because the white-robed young man was behind him and the girl was in front of him. The arrow arrived in the blink of an eye. It was extremely sharp. Qin Feiyang glanced at the arrow and took a step forward. The arrow immediately passed through his original position. If he did not dodge, this arrow would have shattered his bones. At this moment, the girl had already arrived in front of Cyclops and Li Gui. She grabbed them with each hand and flew away. "Don't run if you have the guts," the white-robed young man said angrily. "Don't be arrogant. We are not afraid of you. It's just that it's not time to fight with you yet." After the girl finished speaking, she disappeared without looking back. Damn it! They escaped again. The white-robed young man stopped in the void and looked in the direction where the three of them disappeared. His eyes were filled with anger. Seeing that the three of them were about to die in your hands, this person suddenly appeared. What a coincidence! Fire Lotus and Huoyi flew to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at the white-robed young man with a voice transmission. As for Qin Rushuang, she flew towards Cripple's corpse. Yes, what a coincidence! Qin Feiyang muttered and looked at the white-robed young man with flickering eyes. Below, Qin Rushuang searched Cripple's body for a while. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she took out an interspatial ring from Cripple's chest. There's an interspatial ring. This person must have a lot of soul stones. Qin Rushuang muttered and dripped blood on it to claim ownership. She then checked the contents of the interspatial ring. In the sky, the white-robed young man finally retracted his gaze and put away the golden longbow. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Aren't you Jiang Haotian?" At this moment, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "That's me." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "May I know who you are?" The white-robed young man said, "I'm Nai Yun." Nai Yun. Fire Lotus was stunned and sent a voice transmission. "Qin Dage, isn't Nai Yun in cahoots with Cripple and the others? Why does he want to kill them?" At the same time, Below, Qin Rushuang also looked at Nai Yun in surprise. Qin Feiyang said to himself, he has already revealed his identity. You still don't understand? Fire Lotus raised her eyebrows and sent a voice transmission. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang said to himself, on the surface, he wants to kill Cripple and the others. But in reality, he wants to save them. So you're saying that the arrow he shot just now was actually aimed at you? Fire Lotus sent a voice transmission. Chapter 1974. Yes. This person must have been hiding and watching from afar. Seeing that the cripple was killed and the sea of chi of one-eyed dragon and baleful ghost were destroyed, he pretended to be their enemy. So his appearance was not a coincidence at all. Qin Feiyang snickered. His courting death. A murderous intent flashed in Fire Lotus's eyes. No rush. After seeing what I can do, he probably won't act rashly again. Let's wait and see what he's going to do next. Qin Feiyang said telepathically. Okay. Fire Lotus responded secretly. But Huoyi did not know about this. Qin Rushuang also took the interspatial ring and flew to Qin Feiyang's side. She looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile and said, "This cripple has a lot of soul stones. Is that so?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes. I took a rough look. There should be at least 50,000. Qin Rushuang smiled. 50,000. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other and were overjoyed. What a great harvest. While talking, they were also paying attention to Nai Yun's expression. In fact, these words were deliberately said for Nai Yun to hear. They wanted to see how Nai Yun would react after hearing these words. But in the end, they were disappointed. From beginning to end, all Nai Yun showed was surprise at these soul stones. There was nothing else. Qin Rushuang said telepathically, "It seems that this person is very shrewd." Definitely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden in the dark and let the cripple and the other three come out to kill us. Qin Feiyang snickered. Then these soul stones. Qin Rushuang looked at Qin Feiyang, clutching the interspatial ring tightly in her hand. She looked quite nervous. Qin Feiyang thought and said telepathically, "Give them to great-grandmother and the white-eyed wolf first." Qin Rushuang frowned. "I know what you're thinking. However, even if I give you all these soul stones now, do you have the time to refine them? So it's better to give it to great-grandmother and the others. Even though the examination only lasts for 2 days, 2 days outside is equivalent to 2 years in the ancient castle. They might have already made a breakthrough before the end of the assessment. What's more, there's still Nai Yun and One-Eyed Dragon. I think they must have a lot of soul stones on them." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "All right." Qin Rushuang responded and handed the interspatial ring to Qin Feiyang. Huoyi hurriedly said, "Brother Jiang, is there no share for me? You're really thick-skinned. You want soul stones without doing anything? Scram as far as you can." Qin Rushuang laughed angrily. Hearing this, Huoyi's expression was rather awkward. Qin Feiyang smiled. He raised his head to look at Nai Yun and asked, "You said earlier that your name is Nai Yun?" "Yes." Nai Yun nodded. "I seem to have heard that the city lord of Star River City also has a son called Nai Yun. You're not him, are you?" Qin Feiyang said in surprise. "Yes." Nai Yun nodded. Fire Lotus said disdainfully, "He's a standard playboy. Brother, we'd better keep our distance from him." "Playboy?" Nai Yun was stunned. Qin Feiyang scolded, "Fire Lotus, don't be rude." "Oh." Fire Lotus nodded, feeling wronged. Qin Feiyang looked at Nai Yun and said apologetically, "Brother Nai, my little sister has been a little naughty since she was young. Please forgive her." "Brother Jiang, you're too serious. Actually, it's not your sister's fault. Because people like me can't get rid of the reputation of being a playboy." Nai Yun said helplessly. "You can't say that. Some rich people can still do it. For example, Brother Nai." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Me?" Nai Yun was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? If Brother Nai is really a playboy, then I don't think you'll participate in the 9 Heavens Palaces test. And now, in front of small characters like us, you won't be so humble." Qin Feiyang said. Nai Yun was lost in thought for a while and suddenly laughed. "Since I was born, This is the first time I've heard someone praise me like this. But Brother Jiang's last sentence, this Nai doesn't dare to agree. Last sentence. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Nai Yun smiled. Brother Jiang just said that you're all small characters. But do small characters dare to offend Feng Zijuan? Qin Feiyang shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. We're like newborn calves who aren't afraid of tigers. Now, we're regretting it. This one doesn't see any trace of regret on your faces. Moreover, this one has seen Brother Jiang's courage with my own eyes. Nai Yun said. You've seen it with your own eyes. Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other and looked at Nai Yun suspiciously. A few days ago, when Brother Jiang bid for the 9th grade elixir fire at the Treasure Pavilion's auction house, this one was also there. When Brother Jiang bid, the whole place was dead silent. In the end, Brother Jiang got the elixir fire at a super low price of 1,500,000. This kind of thing is unheard of before. Nai Yun smiled. It's just pure luck. Qin Feiyang shook his head, blushing with shame. Nai Yun shook his head non-committally. Then, he looked around and sighed. Brother Jiang, you see, the Heavenly Dragon mountain range is full of danger. Why don't we travel together so that we can look after each other? Travel together? Fire Lotus and Qin Rushuang could not help but frown. Sure. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, only pondered for a moment and nodded happily. Fire Lotus said unhappily, Brother, how can you agree to a stranger's request so casually? Nai Yun was also a little surprised. He had thought that this person would refuse, but he did not expect him to agree so easily. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Fire Lotus, saying, Girl, you've seen how dangerous this Sky Dragon mountain range is now. To be honest, I really don't have the strength to protect you all alone. Fire Lotus said unhappily, but you can't just drag a random person along. How can this be called casual? Look at Brother Nai, does he look like a sinister villain? No. On the contrary, Brother Nai is friendly and powerful. It's our honor that he took the initiative to travel with us. Of course, this is also fate. Brother Nai, don't you think so? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Yes, yes, yes. Nai Yun nodded repeatedly, feeling a little embarrassed by Qin Feiyang's praise. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Since we're traveling together, I hope Brother Nai will take care of us in the next 2 days. Nai Yun hurriedly waved his hand and said, You can't say that, we're taking care of each other. Yes, yes, yes. Taking care of each other. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, Then let's continue on our way. While traveling, not only do we have to pay attention to our surroundings, but we also have to be careful of the underground. Because there are terrifying beasts lurking everywhere in the underground of the Sky Dragon mountain range. Nai Yun reminded. Qin Feiyang nodded, turned his head and glanced at Fire Lotus, and said, Girl, did you see that? Brother Nai reminded us the moment he came, and you still doubt his character. Fire Lotus pursed her lips. And after being repeatedly flattered by Qin Feiyang, Nai Yun couldn't help blushing. But in his heart, he was laughing. To gain trust so quickly, it seemed that this person wasn't much, just that his methods were a little tyrannical. Qindage, what are you doing? Keeping him by your side is simply a ticking time bomb. Fire Lotus transmitted her voice. Is there no danger if we chase him away? I'm afraid the danger is greater. After all, it's easy to dodge an open spear, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. Besides, right now, we really need a helper. You and Qin Rushuang are basically idlers in this assessment. Because your cultivation is too weak, even if you expose your undead energy, it won't have any fundamental effect. And Hue Yi clearly doesn't want to take action. As for me, I don't want to expose too much of my strength. Therefore, Nai Yun's arrival is actually a good thing for us. After all, he has the cultivation of a perfect war god. As long as he doesn't encounter monarch-level beasts, he can deal with them all by himself. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Fire Lotus suddenly said, So you want to beat him at his own game? That's right. This person is following us because he wants to plot against us behind our backs. Then why don't we take advantage of this and make him our helper? Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Even so, I still think it's inappropriate. After all, his strength is too strong. You and that mysterious Huoyi don't need to worry about it, but Sister Rushuang and I, if he suddenly attacks us, we won't be able to defend ourselves. Fire Lotus transmitted her voice. It's okay. I will keep an eye on him. If he really dares to attack you, I guarantee that he will become a corpse before he can do anything. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Hearing this, Fire Lotus's anxious heart finally calmed down. Naiyun suddenly asked, Brother Jiang, why did Cripple and the others want to kill you? Maybe because we are weak and easy to bully. What about you? Why did you chase after them? Qin Feiyang said. These guys are very despicable. The last time they entered Star River City, they cheated me of a large amount of divine gems, so I have always wanted to kill them. But these guys are very cunning, I let them escape every time. Just now, it was a good opportunity, but unfortunately, I let them escape again. Naiyun shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled, Brother Nai, don't be anxious. They can escape, but they can't escape. Sooner or later, you will meet them. Yes. Naiyun nodded. Wait. Fire Lotus suddenly braked, stopping in her tracks. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at her suspiciously. Nothing. Fire Lotus shook her head and continued walking. Qin Feiyang and the others were baffled. Fire Lotus pondered for a moment, then asked through voice transmission, Qin Dage, is there one more person who hasn't shown up? Who? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Didn't Jiao Xiaolong remind us to be especially careful of Naiyun, Hong Ping, Zhu Ji, Qi Hong, Zhong Yunfei, and Cao Zhiyun last night? Now that Naiyun and the others have met, what about Zhong Yunfei? Fire Lotus thought to herself. So it was him. Don't worry, he will show up sooner or later. He might even be hiding somewhere, watching us right now. Qin Feiyang said through voice transmission. Fire Lotus inadvertently scanned the surrounding forest, a trace of worry in her eyes.